I got it up on this. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me know when you want to hit the go button.
Whenever you want. I just I'll let you do your intro thing and whatever, whenever.
Okay, I think we should just go, because once we're live, it'll be, well, live.
Okay. Sometimes it seems like there must be something more to say, you know.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I'm trying to say more. I just can't get quite enough out sometimes. You ever get like that?
Oh yeah, it's like if you had a thought in your head and it seems like it should have taken longer to explain and it didn't, and you're like, now what do I do?
Hi, the show is on. Oh, the show is over. Good night. Here we go. And we are live and on the air. Wow, it's been a while. I have my friend Paul with me right now, and we're just going to do a live hangout and see where it goes from here. Been talking about some different things about the afterlife, about the supernatural. There's okay. Let me know when you want to hit the go button. Whoops, that's the feedback on.
Whenever you want. I just I'll let you do your intro thing and.
Oops. Okay.
Something. I had an echo. Sorry. I was like, "What is going on here?" Okay. I had my watch page. It started and I forgot to mute that. Sorry.
That happens to me every single time. Okay. The watch page. So let's go ahead and start again. I have my friend Paul with me, and we were just discussing a couple things after being on many different hangouts and many different channels about maybe getting some stuff out there of the afterlife and the supernatural. Is there more? Are there different things that we don't know? Of course, my belief is different than Paul's. Doesn't mean either one is incorrect. It's just a different take on different things that are happening. And I welcome Knowledge Scavenger here. I'm sure we'll be joined by a few other people. Give it a little bit of time and see what happens. I'm sure the dislike button will go down a lot more. Been running around just like, okay, everybody hit the down button, yay, and just running around and doing that sort of thing all day. So it's okay. It's not a problem. It is good to see you. We've chatted a lot offline, many hangouts, many hit pieces, some of them very funny. We've actually shared some laughs on a couple of the hit pieces out there, which I think is really interesting. And we're going to go ahead and go with this. So Paul, if you don't mind, if you want to take it away with the kind of the afterlife supernatural, is there more? And, not a biblical talk. It's an open, this is not anything that is Bible related as far as to the scripture. It's more
philosophy, I'd say. Yeah.
Philosophy. Oh, thank you for adding that. Yeah, more of a philosophical.
Spit it out.
Philosophical. Holy crap! Yeah, exactly.
That's easy for you to say.
As many. Yeah, yeah. He said I can't say that. My spelling is terrible. Words aren't too good. Math. Okay, there I probably have you on, and we'll go ahead with that. So, Paula, if you would, please take it away.
Well, the other day we were talking about, people are always talking about the other realm, the non-physical, and some people don't believe there's any such thing. Other people think there is, but argue over the nature of it or how you get there or anything like that. And so I just decided I'd go look up some terms today. And what I got was, and I can give links, I suppose I could go ahead and post these as I talk about it because, and this isn't going to be a big long talk or anything, but I got a couple of links that people can look up if they want. I'll post the one on defining naturalism because you can't really talk about the supernatural till you talk about the natural. And what they got there, this is from definition from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. You can probably tell by the link. And it says, a theory denying that an event or object has a supernatural significance, specifically the doctrine that scientific laws are adequate to account for all phenomena. So what they're saying is that it isn't just believing nature all there is, that it's more of a denial. Just like atheism is a denial. It's what doesn't exist, not what does. So it's a limited subset of all possible worlds. And possible worlds is a philosophical idea called middle knowledge. Though it's just some people believe how, for example, God knows the future without causing it is by this possible worlds idea. It's like when you play a game of chess and at the start there's a certain number, a finite number of possible moves, and every time somebody makes a move, the set of remaining possibilities changes. And a good player will be able to entertain the idea of several possible scenarios, sometimes dozens of them at a time with each move. And that's called possible worlds in philosophy. And so in my opinion, naturalism is self-limiting in that it does not recognize any possible worlds but the one that exists that we can observe right now. And they call that, and they said it was a doctrine that scientific laws are adequate to account for everything. So I looked up, I wanted to make sure I had the current definition of scientific method, and that's to observe, hypothesize, and test. And observe is just watching what things do and writing, making notes about what we see. And then hypothesize is to try to guess what is going on with what we see. And then you are supposed to devise a test. And the purpose of a test is not to prove, but to disprove. It's called falsifiability. And in science, what you're supposed to do when you have a theory, in order to call it a scientific theory, is try to find ways to make it fail. And that's why, like for example, you take a car to the proving grounds. The exception will prove the statement, the exception that proves the rule means that it disproves it. It tests it. That's what it means to prove. It means to test. In math, proof means a different thing. But in science, falsifying something means you devise a way that you could possibly show this theory to be false or unworkable. So in order to be scientific, a theory has to be falsifiable. And I have a link for that definition. Let me post that in the chat because I like to back stuff up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Del Croy out there. Del Croy, great playing with you. The guy really knows his artistic talents, I'll tell you. Good musician. And no, it's not Phyllis Diller. It's Paula.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be something. Or the comedic laughing.
Okay. Gosh, I must sound older than I even am. But anyway, yeah, she's got a crazy laugh. So there's falsifiability, and it's the belief, they quote there, the belief that for any hypothesis to have credence, it must be inherently disprovable before it can become accepted as a scientific hypothesis or theory. So I'm not just making this stuff up. So that's naturalism. It's the idea that, or doctrine, they call it a doctrine, a teaching, that this falsifiability, this testing of a hypothesis is essential to naturalism. That's what naturalism depends on, okay? So supposedly naturalism is bound by this scientific law that you have to be able to find a way to disprove something. And this is why I don't believe evolution is a scientific theory, because there's no way to falsify it. People will believe in it whether they find things, anomalies, over and over again or not, such as viable blood cells in dinosaur bone marrow. I mean, if or what they call the oxymoron statement, living fossil, like the coelacanth and other things, where supposedly they've got this order of progression in the rocks, and then they find an exception that the exception that proves or tests the rule, but they don't abandon their theory. Therefore, it cannot be falsified. Therefore, it's not scientific. So this is purely logical, and by their own definitions, I say it's not scientific. Okay. Hey, Jimmy.
Oh, crap. We're live?
Surprise!
Larry has gone live once again.
I was about to come in here and start talking smack about everybody and see live.
See, we're trying to be the example today and do it right.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
now
go ahead.
We'll probably screw it up, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and keep going.
Yeah, he just wanted me to have some little spiel here to get it going, so I thought I'd grab some links and talk for a bit, but not real long. So anyway, I don't know if you heard anything up to this point. I just defined naturalism by their own by the Merriam-Webster dictionary and things like that. So, and then because we were going to talk about the afterlife and the supernatural, so first I defined the natural. Actually, I didn't define that. I defined naturalism, and the natural being the physical realm by anybody's definition I ever heard. So supernatural is beyond the natural, something that is not natural by definition. And here's again another link for belief. A quote there is, it's a belief in supernatural power and order of existence. So it has more to do with not just that there's some other dimension, but that there is an order in the universe because of it. What I would, looking at a bunch of definitions, what I would summarize it is as that supernatural proposes a non-physical intelligence as the first cause or creator of the physical realm, and asserts that life has meaning as assigned by that creator, and it observes order and complexity in nature and deduces that this requires design by an intelligence. So in other words, the supernatural is what a lot of people believe in because they see that the universe is orderly and that order cannot come out of chaos by strictly natural processes without some kind of direction. That's another slam on evolution, in my opinion, is that evolution is supposedly an unguided process, and yet in order to say that there's an evolutionary progression is an oxymoron, because something can't progress if it's evolving by blind chance. I mean, statistically, if you ever took a statistics course, they'd have you do that tedious coin flipping experiment, and the more you flip the coin, the closer you get to 50-50 heads and tails. And so the longer time goes on, the less progress you have. You don't go to one side or the other, a heads or tails side. You get almost even, of flips. And so time is the enemy of evolution. Evolution has to mean, they would tell you it only means change. They don't say what direction, but evolutionary theory holds that life has progressed from simple to complex. But that can't happen statistically over millions of years of unguided process. You should reach equilibrium by now where nothing goes anywhere. And so that time, the magic wand of evolution and the Big Bang Theory is actually the enemy of it. So that doesn't make any sense to me. But philosophically, and here's, I guess, the main point I was going to get at, was there has to be a first cause of the physical realm, which we observe is running down. It's called the law of entropy, that things run from order to disorder. And that's what we observe. That's a scientific observation. So the physical cannot be its own cause. Nothing can be its own cause, because that would require it to exist before it existed. You can't cause yourself. Nothing can cause itself. So it must be caused by something else. So you go back in time to, effects and causes, and eventually you must reach a point where there's something that's outside of all the laws of physics and everything we observe, which caused all of this stuff. Because moving the goalpost doesn't answer the question at all, no matter how far back you go. So supernaturalism is just a philosophical conclusion drawing from what we observe in nature running down and not being able to create itself. So there must be a cause in another realm or dimension which made all the physical realm come into existence in the first place. And so to say that this can't exist, the supernatural can't exist, is nonsensical and absurd and illogical, because things can't create themselves. And we observe that nature is not eternal because it runs down. So I think naturalism paints itself into a philosophical corner because it's self-limiting. And when it comes to such as in evolution, where they want to date a rock, for example, and of course I could make jokes about dating rocks, but I won't go there. Anyway, they would say you have a certain instrument or process that you're going to use on this rock to observe the decay rate or something like that. But this rests on assumptions, not only about the initial conditions that they can't observe, but also the scale of time. It's like what I say when somebody wants to, if you wanted to, naturalism is like taking a body temperature thermometer and trying to measure oven temperature. You know, the naturalist will not conclude, well, I've got the wrong scale. No, they will conclude that the oven doesn't get hotter than about 105 Fahrenheit, which is stupid. But that's what they do in evolution. When they want to determine the age of a rock or a fossil or something like that, they don't go necessarily just by observable facts. They go by assumptions, and one of the things they assume is the scale, and they can't do that and call it science, but that's what they pretend anyway. So I see naturalism as a very narrow dogma that arbitrarily asserts that all observations must be explained within the limits of the physical realm, and it requires a blind faith in the laws of science, that science will someday figure it all out. Yeah, let me make my phone shut up here for a second if I can. Shut up, phone. How do I do that?
So you are the boss, Mama Flatelli.
You got Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. Make everyone Team Jesus. This self-destruct. Never.
I got that as my unknown. It's a mystery. Who is calling me? I don't know who this is. So I got Mission Impossible on there.
It's freaking Mission Impossible. Yeah. That was awesome.
Well, good timing. I'll have to find out. So it's probably the people want me to do their website, and I just blew them off.
Oh gosh, no! If you have to get a call or something, please go ahead.
It's all right. They'll leave me a message if it's important. So, okay. But anyway, I think that naturalism is like a religion, because it buries its head in the sand about how much every observation it makes must conform to its limits. It can't ever admit the fact that it can't explain the existence of the physical realm in the first place, because any evolutionist you talk to will say, well, evolution is only about change. We don't have to answer the question of origins. Well, you kind of do. That's a cop-out. I mean, you make us answer where God came from, so you got to tell me where stuff came from, Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And why is it only one way? It's, and you bring up certain points about different things. It's like, hey, I'm thinking it's flat or something, and they all come, oh, well, it's not. Prove to me that, prove to me that, prove it. I don't have to prove anything. I've learned this by my own observation. Why don't you go outside and take a look around?
It sounds like a lot of people prove to me your life's wisdom without me having to live it myself.
Yes. That's
the absurdity of some of it sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a double standard. I did a video on that. It's a double standard. They put, especially for us Christians, they put us under the spotlight on the witness stand for centuries, but never can you put them on the witness stand. No. We have to tell you what's wrong with your belief. We don't have to answer for ours. So that's just wrong.
Yeah.
It just is.
It's like, do what I do, not as I say. It's like,
right.
What? Of course, I've used that with the kids, and I have a lot of kids, so if you're listening, don't listen to me right now. Go ahead and block that part out. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, so that's all I really had to say. I just thought I'd look up a few things about naturalist philosophy and why I think it's a religion and why I think it's self-limiting and narrow dogma. And a religion, like anything else, it just, doesn't have a deity, but it does have a priesthood of white lab coat scientists. It has dogma, certain teachings you must believe, like naturalism. I mean, it's, is itself a dogma. It has heretics. If you don't believe, there's something wrong with you and you should be excluded. You can go all down the list. It says, you get to the old saying, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it sure looks like a religion to me.
It must be a jackalope at that point or something.
A living fossil.
And I see Pillbox in the room as well. Mr. Red October.
He's not saying
Hey,
anything.
what's going on, guys? What's up?
Hey, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Glad you joined.
Yeah, Mons, chilling. What are you guys up to today?
We're
Nothing. I figured I'd do a live hangout. I haven't done one in a while, ever since I had my blow up. I've been on many other channels as a guest, of course, and I thank all the other channels for having me on and stuff.
Oh, good. What's the name of the hangout, Larry?
This one is, let me see, Flat Earth, The Awakening. Kind of like a Star Wars thing in there. It's kind of like a dun dun dun.
Yeah, and you're only 2 years too late on the title. It's good. It's good.
It awakens every morning, every night, sometimes a few times a day. The Force is always.
Tell me about it, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
So,
Pillbox,
moving on.
I bought a P900 today.
Wow.
Sweet, man.
Yeah.
How the hell are you online and not outside with that
It's
damn
on
thing? What the
route.
hell are you doing?
I bought it online, so it's on
Have it
route.
yet? Okay.
Nope, 2 to 3 days it'll be here, and then I'm gonna annoy the hell out of everybody.
Awesome.
Look at this! 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 Whoa! It's just gonna be I'm gonna, and
As
I
many
bought
times as you
filters.
possibly can. I would keep an eye in the sky, but the sun and moon sometimes are so close to each other, and they're doing things they shouldn't be all the time. I mean, just every night.
There was a reason why God / the Force, nature, whatever, kept me poor my whole life. It was because I'm too good with astronomy, and I was never able to afford a really good scope or really good anything. And when I did have something nice, it broke in a day. So I got the warranty on it. So go ahead, break on me. You'll only slow me down. And I'm gonna solve this mystery. I'm gonna hit mountains. Like nothing's gonna stop me except everything that does stop me. But I'm gonna still try, and I'm gonna hit the Mount Washington. I figure for the next equinox in March.
Yep.
I'm gonna hit it then. Of course, it's still gonna be frickin' snow up there, and then I'm gonna hit it again. I'm gonna try to hit it again in June, but I want to catch an equinox with the P900 up there and the time lapse.
Yeah, just be careful with the announcements. You know what happened to the balloon with Jaron and the guys. That thing was captured, taken, and it's gone.
Yeah.
That's why I told him I was on. I think it was on TFR, Truth Frequency Radio, and I said I typed in there all caps. I'm like, don't say anything. Don't say a thing.
Well, my buddy, me and Paula's buddy, I just talked to him today. He is going to be working with a guy. Oh crap! I thought it was Dr. Zach. It's actually somebody else. They're going to be coordinating a balloon launch in early December.
Wow.
But it's been bumped to December now, and he's waiting for to get a little bit closer to the date because he wants to make sure everything is set before he invests serious money into it. And they're going to launch 2 balloons, I think, and they want to test different elevations or something like that. I forgot what he was saying, but it's a different kind of balloon test. I think it's to maybe test to see if the sun may go up and down. You know what I'm saying? Like over the flat Earth. I think he's going to try to. It sounded like what he was going to do, but I'm going to do videos and stuff to advertise for it when it gets a little bit closer. But That's going to be another
That's
launch, but he's very eager to launch. Like his hands are itchy in his pockets. Like he loves spending money
Cool.
on Flat Earth because he loves the adventure of it, and he's about the hardest flat earther I know. Hardest working flat earther I know. He's been, since he got his P900 months ago, he's been like hitting it every day, every week. He was getting eaten by bugs alive. Like he's just gonna get the shot. He's bought a filters. Like this guy, he has the money to play around with. Not like, let's do an expedition money, but he's got, money to buy the toys and the tools and things.
Yeah, and I think Jason, what I'm thinking you're speaking about is for somebody to send a balloon up in Australia and somewhere over here in the U.S. or whatever, and by definition, they should not be able to see the same thing, and that will be clinical proof that okay, there's something wrong. It's something seriously wrong.
That is a good, very good idea. The opposite ends of the Earth type of thing.
Oops, I got a feedback there. Is that me? I'm sorry.
No, it's Pillbox. He always does it right.
I want to support this guy because he is got, he's got a good heart and he's got the motivation and the dedication, and I want to support him as best I can. He runs the Taboo Conspiracy site. Well, he owns the Taboo Conspiracy site, and me and Paula and him kind of work on it when we can, and we did. We've been taking some time off from it, but I'm gonna get back on it now. I got the P900, and I can free up a lot of time because now I don't see. I had the income issue going on, so I had to do. My time had to be spent for income and things like that, and I can free up so much time. And
no explanation necessary, especially among
I'm
friends.
so relaxed too. My tax problems of 4 years are gone, and
Wow.
Good.
Awesome.
It was nice to see $12,000 sitting in my, because $8,000 went to the taxes. $12,000 sitting there for me to play with.
Awesome.
I still think that's a lot of overbearing taxes, and
it's
I'm actually
insane. It's insane. It's actually so criminal and demonic that if there were no laws, I probably would go on a crusade.
you would be the postal guy.
I would go on a demonic hunting crusade in my town because these are legit demons. They feed off the handicapped and the disabled and the poor. They feed off them, like drink their blood.
Jibby, we would be talking about you around the campfires for decades. It would be a great history that you would change. God bless you.
If you saw the first episode of The Walking Dead, season 7, episode 1, picture the bat being a lightsaber and everything else is the same. That would be me on the demon hunt. Yeah, I'm just getting warmed up. Smack. And it's so well deserved for the way that these predators feed on the people are on liver lists and kidney lists, and they're like, I'm trying to get the tax money. Oh, boo-hoo! Everybody, that's how they talk to them. These are town administrators. It's insane. And these people are like, I'm trying my oxygen tank. So you don't have your money? You want a tax deed done? Like, they're sick. They're sick.
Yeah.
I'm going to use something that Pillbox says all the time. It's criminal. They're actually criminals. They are viable criminals out there, and they are criminal in what they're doing. They have in the back of their mind that they are criminal, and they are freaking criminals.
Are they criminals,
right,
Larry?
Damn right. Up Periscope.
Demons. Forget criminals. They surpass criminals. They're demonic. They either have their soul pulled.
I always
or
go to
they're
these are the baby eater category people, I think, Jibby. The baby eaters, the blood drinkers, I believe.
yes, blood drinkers and finger sucking good baby meat.
The vampire. They're vampires.
They literally feed
they're
off
demons.
other people's energy. They feed off your misery. You have to be miserable, otherwise they're not getting fed. You have to be suffering.
Well, listen, here, the good thing about this is that in the Bible, it talks about a very special place called hell for these people. I just want you to know that, Jibby, that there's a reason God made a hell. And guess what? I just said God made hell. Not demons, not devils. Devils don't live. God made hell for special people like that. That's the wonderful thing about the end is that you know where they're going. And there's a very good reason hell exists. If you're not sure, just ask Jibby and Larry.
It's God's timeout room. Yep.
Yeah, you know what's funny about hell is that it's timeout for who knows how long. Then it gets cast into the lake of fire. Have fun with that.
Yeah, I went over that in my series there. Yep,
Yes.
payback
And it's
time.
absolutely appropriate. It is
If
so
God
appropriate,
wants-
Jibby.
Yeah, if God wants deputies, I'll volunteer.
Yeah, I can tell you how to volunteer.
Well, I'm an
Way to
ordained
do
minister already, but online.
Yeah,
Well,
Jibby,
that-
it's not a problem. I'll get us into that gig, Jibby, and we'll work the security door on that one. So
Lucille, my lightsaber, is real thirsty.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to do some house cleaning or some flat house
Oh.
cleaning.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's coming. It's
I
coming.
can't do it though without the green light. No, I can't touch anything. I can't do anything. I don't. It's
I know, it's frustrating.
You know, yeah. It sucks to just be powerless in a way, but it's not my will that I'm going to impact upon others. I can't.
Right,
Yes.
the game is bigger than that, and there's things we don't know, and we just have to trust and wait and
I do
do
have
what we
faith
can in
in-
the meantime.
I
Yeah.
got my faith in the Force. I've always had it.
It's about it's all about time, and time is just something that is just it's going to happen. At what point, no one knows. We are not supposed to know. Nobody's supposed to know anything about the time. All of a sudden, you're going to be like, "Holy crap! Okay, it must be time." That's it. Real simple.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there, but I think it's got to be close. Like I said before, you know, looking at how ruined the world is and how depraved the human race is, and it's just so many things coming together right now that can't see it
Right.
going on much longer the way it is.
Yeah, I would second that with a little. disclaimer.
You know what? I think we can keep going to get to almost to a Hunger Games level. I think we have that room to still. We are very spoiled in America and in
Oh,
England. Very spoiled
yeah.
and rich. We have
Yes.
lots of wiggle room to get worse.
Yeah, but I happen to believe that life will be kind of going on as normal, quote unquote, when this all comes down. That's why it will be a surprise. People say it's not bad enough yet. That's why they're not expecting it. And that's when Jesus
Right.
said, expect me when you least expect it.
He's
Yeah.
really about the head games, isn't he? It's just,
Well, you know what?
He has to be. It can't be easy.
Yeah, the opponent in this game is also doing head games. So
I mean, you gotta watch some mafia movies, and all of a sudden you're gonna be tapped on the shoulder. It's like, hello. You're gonna be like, oh shit, and then all of a sudden you're gonna possibly do something that is not natural, possibly change your pants or something.
Standing there
At
at
that
7 o'clock in the morning in your bathrobes and flip flops, staring at you with those black eyes.
It could almost be anything. I would say that you'll get the tap on the shoulder one day and be like, oh shit.
not now.
Oh man. Hey, shout out to Luke is out there too.
Luke Mon.
Luke. Come on. Yeah, Luke is out there.
Trinpock?
No, wisdom of full weakness. Which his name is Luke. I mean, you know, Trinidad.
Yeah, the girl
It is
chaser. Yeah,
Trinpock. Where the
Flat
hell
Earth
is he,
girl
man?
chaser. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Can somebody throw him a link on? I don't mind. You know, Luke is welcome here, of course.
Trinpock, man. Well, what you can do is you can have your banned words list, and then you can say one of them, and you stick the Hangout link in there, so only people with wrenches can see it. You know what I'm saying? Which you
Okay,
didn't
well-
prepare for, did you?
Oh, is that how they do that? I wondered.
Yes, they have the ban words list, and then they just say one of those words, and then it's blocked by blacklist, and whatever you put in there can only be seen by people with wrenches.
Yeah, NASA does that to me. They always ban the word fake, so my first sentence is deleted, then I'm banned right away.
I got banned from a couple too.
You know what's weird is I've actually been kicked off the NASA sites, like been ghosted on NASA sites for just like, hey, is real and you really think you're living here and everything else, and all of a sudden I'm like ghosted, and I've got two computers. I got my laptop and the desktop, and I'm like, I can't even see my own comment. I'm like, you bastards. You killed Kenny.
So, Larry, I don't know what your banned words are. You'll have to do that.
You want to take a chance? I'll stick it out there. It's up to you. I mean,
Well, you know we're being watched.
oh,
yeah, I know.
All right,
Yeah.
let me try to. I'll find them on Google here. Give me a sec. Just
Actually, Luke, I'll throw it out there. Luke, you on G Plus? We'll get you a link on G Plus, possibly, or something. Google Hangouts.
yeah, yeah.
There's a delay, also, of course, so you got to wait a little bit for a response. But yeah, I haven't talked to Luke since Bassano went offline and got an offer he couldn't refuse or something, and I haven't chatted with Robert since then.
All right, I'm going to add him to the link here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Oh crap! I was wrong.
Yeah, this is not PlayStation. This is something different.
All right.
By the way, Jimmy, I did go on and check out what Cathexis told me with James Brown with the different drum riffs. Pretty good. Good stuff.
All right, Trin Pacman, I sent you a. Now you're on the list. All right. Should be able to see it.
Yep, he'll be on in a few. Give him a few minutes.
There was a Flat Earth hangout that happened in the last 24 hours that nobody saw because Flat Earth was not in the title. It was a hangout hosted by a guy named Xbox Fiend, and he called it Arcane and I Talk. And my goodness, it is for about an hour and a half a phenomenal exposure of the heliocentric mindset. Again, it's called Arcane and I Have a Talk or something like that. It's on my shared list on G+, but if anybody gets an extra minute tonight, that was an amazing hangout. Arcane Logos defended the truth for about an hour and a half, and people were turning into literally batshit crazy zombies. It was awesome.
Wow.
Actually, Pillbox, if you want to throw it as a link out in chat on YouTube, or throw it, you got to wrench out.
Well, I mean, it's
Or-
on my, if people want to put 30 seconds and go into my G+, it'll be on there. Otherwise, it's not that big of a deal, but I can't copy and paste into the chats for some reason. So whatever, it's all good. But I'll put that on my wall.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a must for the entire family. There's probably thousands of hours of amazing conversation just in the last year. And these people expose themselves. These people supporting the heliocentric model literally destroy themselves every time. This one guy today, he was saying he was in the Navy and then contradicting himself about where he was, trying to say that he saw the Southern Pole Star. It's just a wonderful, mythical, magical fairy tale religion these people have, and it's amazing. What's up, Luke?
Oh, what's up?
Hey, Luke.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, am I good?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
been a long
So
time.
what's new?
He says he's been doing studies.
Yeah, mostly on like the black tribes and the trades in Africa, and I noticed that all the slaves that was taken from Africa was the Jewish people, the Hebrews that flee Jerusalem. The ones who listen to Jesus when you see the Romans come to attack, flee to the hills. The hills was in Africa. They ran to Africa and different places in Africa. And the Africans and them sold the Jews to the Europeans. Sold the Jews to the Europeans. And if you read the Bible carefully, in certain chapters when there was in Deuteronomy, I forget what chapter, but it talk about that. It talk about how how God saying he will make and he was calling the tribes in Africa names, and saying he will make them pay, and he will do this and he will do that and what kind of thing, and he was talking about those tribes because they sell the Israelites to the Europeans.
Yes, thank
But
you.
they tell us that black people sell their own black people, but it wasn't like that. That is what they tell us.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Paula. What you're the Bible person.
If you're talking about, there are some theories I've seen people make, arguments I've seen people make about the Queen of Sheba, that she may have had when she went to see King Solomon, had a child by him and so forth, and that she went back to Sheba and in northern Africa and all that. But
I heard that story too, but
yeah,
I feel that I find no proof, no like good proof for that,
right,
because it have other black people, majority, especially Levites. The Levites and them was black. When I mean black, pitch black people. Pitch black.
I've heard that also is a different angle on the theory, but I haven't seen a lot of evidence for that either. As far as if you trace the where people went out from Noah's Ark, and how civilization spread out from there, the Semites were always Eastern, and so I don't see much real connection between the Semites and the peoples of Africa. And northern Africa, of course, is a little different also from the rest of Africa, in that they are lighter brown skin, but not a lot of different features genetically. And so while it's they seem to have a closer genetic relationship to the Semites, but I'm not sure about the rest of Africa. I don't see too much evidence for that.
I have a video. I'll put it on my channel. It actually showing you where to go. Well, I haven't gone to all the places yet, but I'll check out the Bible and some historical facts. It had this when there was like checking the skulls of black people and the skulls of like normal Africans, and the skulls of so-called Israelites or black Israelites, and they found totally different measurements of the skulls, but I know all that could be just conjecture, but but I still doing some research on it. But I have a video it actually telling you where to go and explaining it in a more detailed manner. Yeah, but
I've seen a bunch.
It's kind of interesting to look into.
Right. I'm just not convinced so far of things I've seen about it that the majority, all but the northern part of it could be somewhat Semitic, but I don't know. That's just what I've seen so far.
Well, how it looking like to me?
Huh?
How it looking like to me? Like the Israelites that you're seeing now in Israel, them is just like put there to stage the coming of the Antichrist. Them is not true Israelites in no form and no fashion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know that's what Larry believes. It's hard to say though, because of there's been a lot of mixing over the years too, and we all agree about that.
And that could be the reason why they promote Hitler as an evil, vindictive man, because he killed a lot of Israelites. And he probably know for a fact that those was not Israelites, and
correct.
That could be one of the reasons why he was killing them. It could be one of the reasons why he was killing them. And if you watch the world rulers paint him as a wicked man,
Mhm.
when he could just be doing God's work, and we will never know.
Yeah.
I kind of doubt anybody doing God's work when they send people to camps, and the camps are real. I mean, I could agree that the
Yeah.
number is probably off, but there's plenty of evidence and testimonies of people who were
Not
there.
like doing God's work like God put them to do God's work, but because in the Bible it actually says that it will have people pretending to be Israelites, and
Right.
there will be recompense for that. There will be
Right, fake Jews, but
they'll be tortured for
the
that.
problem
You
is that
understand?
anyone who helped the Jews, even Christians, were sent to the camps. So I don't see that as somebody doing God's
Yeah.
work. That they're punishing perfectly good
No, but
people.
who was those people? Do we know these people? Who was those people that Hitler was persecuting?
There's a
And
lot of
was it the same? Was was it because it have a lot of things in history itself that the victors of the war changed to make it
well, yeah.
look colorful. So we're not too sure
Well, there are plenty of
who
people
those people
who gave
was that there was
testimony
executed.
of their experiences there, and people who say this was my grandmother, my grandfather, or my aunt died there. Pretty close first-hand, at least second-hand evidence of people that they knew or were related to who died in the camps. So I don't think
Yeah,
the
but-
powers that be could fake all of that.
But the reason why those people was executed and put in gas chambers and things because them was pretending to be Israelites when they was not Israelites
But
in
not
the first
everyone.
place.
They weren't all Jews that had
Understand?
that done to them, though.
Mm.
There was a lot of other people who were sent there. Like I said, anybody who helped the
Yeah.
Jews was also sent there. So
Yep, but mainly he was targeting the so-called Jews. That is the person he
Yeah,
was
this-
targeting, and whoever helped them,
Mhm.
well, he killed too. Whoever helped them was not doing God's work. Whoever helped these Jews or helping these Jews, them wasn't doing it God. So them pay the same price.
So the Christians who died
For
in the
them.
camps were deserving to die in the camps for helping fake Jews?
No, he didn't
For
say
helping
no.
fake Jews. For
Ah.
helping
He didn't say-
fake Jews.
Yeah, he didn't say that. Yeah,
Because- Because if them is fake Jews,
Mhm.
all wouldn't like nobody helping them, especially as people helping them to reach nowhere. Because them is fake Jews. Why you being among evildoers or pretenders,
Mhm.
or sheep or wolf in sheep's clothing? Because that
Well,
is
see,
who they are.
The
Wolves
problem
and
is
sheep.
that the Christians who helped them believed they were helping real Jews, and yet they were punished, and Hitler didn't care.
Yeah,
Oh.
but when the Israelites fall short, the descendants pay for it, and them didn't do nothing wrong. Them was serving God, but them still punished. Them still went through slavery because them pay for what our fathers did.
No, but what I'm saying is that Hitler knowingly put people in prison camps who had done nothing. But then some people, just because they were half Jews, he didn't even care if they were real Jews or not. Just if they identified as Jews, he had them put to death. And that's not generally what I see in the Bible as far as when God punishes his people and he's already, he already had them scattered for all these centuries,
That could be a bad example of somebody trying to take control or trying to be the almighty in position or something. And I do agree with Luke. The Israelites, as far as what anyone believes the Israelites are, it's not the Jews. It's not.
Well,
it's
well,
just
You
Right.
can say that, but proving it is another thing. I mean, proof has to go both ways.
It
well,
have
they
What's that?
go ahead. Go ahead, Luke.
it have a lot of tribe. It have a tribe in Africa. I think it's the Ilug tribe or whatever the name is, but them was one of the tribes that then went in the wilderness with Moses, and that is before Solomon. Yeah, they didn't went in they didn't follow Moses into the wilderness. They went their separate ways, but they still keep the traditions. And all the people in that tribe was black, like black people. Well, not like black like dark skin, but brown, like light brown skin, but black people, Negro people, as we were called Negro people.
Yeah.
The next, and it have other tribes too that in Africa claim to be Jews, and they have rituals that they do, rituals, Jewish rituals that they still do that we could look in the Bible and we can see that they're mirroring it for word for word. Hold on, I had to go again. I'll call it.
Yeah, if I don't know if I understood you right, but if you're saying that practicing the rituals for a long time proves that
I ain't saying that. I'm saying I just saying them could be them could be Jews.
Could be, maybe, I don't know, but huh?
I just saying it could be because if you look at it, all the someone you need calling me. Hold on, yeah. Again, I'll call.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll come back on. Hold on now.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I really have a hard time understanding what he's saying. I mean, the accent, I have trouble.
Actually, no, I understand him pretty good. He's a good guy, man. Let me tell you, he's doing research.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's hard for me to follow his argument because I'm trying to decipher what he's saying first, and then I get I get behind on it.
It goes back to where Paul, you and I actually maybe disagree, and we agree to disagree a little bit about the 12 tribes and the one banished tribe, which is.
Say you disagree, Larry. Maybe disagree. You're being too polite. If you disagree, disagree.
Okay.
Larry always disagrees politely, but here's the thing about this subject, though. As far as what happened, wrong, all of us. As far as what happened, though, in Nazi Germany or Europe, this is the iron storm of fog. This is the most talked about and misguided and misused information. And every single country has been taught a different lesson about what happened throughout all of World War II. We have no idea really what happened. We honestly are absolute. The fog has never settled. When it comes to World War II, there are so many lies, and the internment camps that the United States did to the Japanese were many historians say they were just as bad as the ones in Europe. Some say worse. I mean, there's so many different opinions, and all I can admit is I don't know. But my dad was a baby boomer, so he raised me on World War II history, and I can't put my finger on it. So.
Yeah,
what happened to Luke?
He had to answer a call or something. I think that's what he said.
He'll be back in a few minutes. He's got the link. He'll be back. I believe what he's talking about is from his own, I guess, knowledge of what he's been looking up. I'm wrong here. So when you get back, correct me if I'm wrong. Saying similar things that I have been saying, where are not the Israelites. It's something totally different. And I grit my teeth because it is two definitely different definitions.
Oh, you know what? I never really thought about displacing the two. Israel. I thought Israelites were the Israelis.
No. Jews are, that's a religion, dude.
No, Jews is also a genetic line, and I told you that before. I mean, it's a genetic line and a religion.
I know. And I believe the original 12 tribes, the 13th tribe was banished, and that was the Jews that were banished from.
There was no 13th tribe.
So Luke is saying that the Israelites were the African slaves?
They believe that
no.
Africans are the real Jews or something like that. I've heard the variations on the theory, but I'm not sure which one he's talking about. And
these white Jewish German conquerors are trying to take their place. And that's why they
No,
hate him so much, maybe?
I'm not going to put words in his mouth. I'll wait till he comes back and explains it. I was taught this, and this is going back 25, 28 years ago, where, you know, if you watch out how you use the term Hebrew, because Hebrew is not, you're not defining Jewish people when you say Hebrew. It is something totally different than what you believe.
I hate
But-
all this mouth noise. I really do. Why can't we just get telepathic already?
Yeah, see, what bothers me is the lack of evidence, and when people hear something that sounds like what they want to be true, they jump on and go, yeah, that's it. But
you don't say. I know of people who do something very similar, and in all belief systems. I think.
yes, I just wish everybody would admit it, not just always the Christians have to say it all the time. But the thing is that there's, as far as a 13th tribe, no mention of it in the Bible, no mention of, I mean, and if you're going to ask where's the definitive work on who is Israel and who isn't, it would be the Bible.
Well,
I mean, that could be the part that's been edited out, and every single thing.
But how do you know? You can't prove that.
We don't know. We don't know. We're putting clues together. That's all we're doing.
Yeah,
We're
on the
not-
basis of
no.
what? How do you collect clues? How do you know which is true and false?
Well,
Based
all
on
we
what?
can do is collect clues and then see where they fall. But things that ring out, like the 13th colonies, always being talked about in TV shows and movies and books, always talking about a 13th colony, always this 13th colony. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But, you know, they're clues. I'm not saying put them in the puzzle right now. I'm saying just pay attention to them and then
Well-
see where they fall later.
Well, yeah, but if you're going to collect clues, there must be something more to do with them than collect them. There
Well,
has
you're
to
collecting. We're collecting clues because we're building a big jigsaw puzzle with a missing edge and a missing middle. So we're just
Well,
collecting them.
That's the thing is, though, once you get a box of puzzle pieces, you got to have some way of putting them together. It's like, well, this contour fits with that opposite contour, and not just try to jam them together because they look nice, or your gut says put blue with green or something like that. You know,
the 13th colony could be a Luciferian trick. Like, we don't know, but keep an open mind. And just, you know, keep an open mind, open ears, open eyes. And that's really all we can do until we get there. You know what I'm saying? We're walking down the road. Let's
yeah, but
just-
how do you know whether anything is worth even a clue to collect? I mean, there's got to be some kind of way that you determine whether something is even a clue.
No,
Well,
I think
I
that's
guess
what he's
what I-
saying. They're taking up the clues and then they're evaluating them.
Yeah,
On
like-
the basis of what? By
like
what
that-
measure?
You got to start somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah, see, this is something that is going to develop because of our cultural, and just like Jibby was mentioning, the different mentionings of the 13, this and that. He could be absolutely right. But this is a difficult subject as well, as it cannot be proved because we can't replicate any of this stuff. So this is one of these, that's why people say, and as Christians especially, you have to trust the Bible. So there's a reason why it's in there. God said, my word is preserved. But going outside of it, it never works. I've tried to go outside of the Bible for 8 years. Every time I do, I get God slapped. So I think if you trust the Bible, it'll work its way out.
Well, that's
Yep.
the thing when it comes to Jews. Like I said, if anything can define what they are, or what the word Hebrew means, or anything like that, it would be the Bible. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. You know, and if we're talking about prophecy and who's a real Jew, and the whole idea of fake Jews is from the Bible, then we'd go to the Bible to find out what the definition is.
Yeah, but it's not. You can't mix up the two words. Jew is something different than Hebrew. They are two different things. Two different
No,
definitions.
we've been over that, but I disagree. That's all I'll say. I'll just disagree.
Okay.
But
Yeah, especially in today's culture, though, people synonymously use that word with multiple meanings as well today. I mean, more than ever.
Oh yeah,
but if you
Yeah,
look throughout history, like let me take for example Christopher Columbus. They talk about all the good things he done. They never talk about the bad things he done. Yeah, they talk about all the good things that he did. He come, he discover America. He bring back gold. He never tell you what he did to the indigenous people.
Yes, exactly.
History is tell by the victors. Whoever win get to tell their version on what history is. So we don't know what kind of guy Hitler was. We don't know.
And if we have no way of finding out what's true, then there's no point in arguing it.
No, but if we know, if we know that these people that is ruling over us is evil people by what we see now today, and everything they're promoting like on TV, television is not, or everything that they're giving us is just things just to mess us up or to kill us, to poison us. Meaning everything that them say is bad is good,
Yeah.
and what is good is bad.
Yeah.
That is how I
Absolutely correct,
just,
Luke. Yes.
that is how I just figure it out. That is how I just do my research. Whatever them say is bad, to me it's good, and whatever them say is good, to me it's bad.
So all they have to do to convince you to lie to you is to tell you something that's true because you won't believe it.
No, only if they're promoting it for everybody to see it, and they keep pushing it in them, pushing it in them, pushing it in them. You know, making it a point, making it like putting it on the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Then you know, it's something they're trying to lie to us about.
Whatever they're
No, I
sticking
agree.
down
I
your
absolutely agree with Luke. 90% of what they tell us in mainstream
Right.
accepted information is absolutely the opposite of reality. He's absolutely right. That's
Like,
right.
for
That's how
example,
they do
Globe.
everything.
For
Right.
example, the Globe.
But if they
For
wanted
example,
to
the
tell
Globe.
you to
The-
throw you off the track on something, then once
Well,
they
that's
know
where discernment comes in, but you
Yeah.
know with your discernment. But he's right. 99% of the time, they're absolutely
agree.
lying about every single thing they say. Everything they tell you, don't eat salt. They've been telling you not to eat salt for years. I mean, why do racehorses lick salt? You know, all the time. I mean, it's so stupid. Every single thing high cholesterol, you name it,
Right.
health. Every single thing, the ball scam, you came from a monkey. He's right. And history as well. They've been lying to us and the entire since I remember these shows, you know, history, you know, converted to the Hitler channel for many years. If you guys ever watched it. I'm not sure if Larry or Jibby ever watched the Hitler channel, but the Hitler channel was the History Channel. Then from about 1997 to 2005, I think it was the Hitler channel. And they were constantly changing their minds. I remember going, wait a minute. You said that, you know, you said that he actually committed suicide. Now they're saying, oh, now there's a suspected survival, and then the Argentina thing. And it's like, well, they love to confuse you. So, I mean, they're never telling you the truth. Whatever they're saying, they're lying. That's all I know.
I agree.
Confuse you to get you frustrated, so you just give up. Because which one is true? How do I know? What do I believe? And then
See, I don't even ever mess with it, Jibby, because I'm too worried about God's creation. The biggest problem in the flat Earth is everybody going around saying that dinosaurs never existed. It has really warped the minds of a lot of people because there are so many lies. Luke, you know that Eric Dubé did a great, and 90% of what Eric Dubé is saying about the dinosaur hoax, he's right. But you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what a lot of people do with these issues. So there's got to be a cutoff point.
That's exactly the point I've been trying to make, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You have to have a way of knowing where the baby is. And so far I haven't seen anybody say, you know, how do you tell a real Jew? How do you tell how many, you know, whether they went to camps? I mean, there has to be something to go by.
I think the baby that we're dealing with is looking at us and going,
Baby Hitler. It's baby Hitler, Jibby.
yeah, that's Rosemary's Baby is the baby we're dealing with. So
Right.
maybe it does need to go out with the bathwater. I don't know. In some
Well, no. When it comes to World War II, maybe, but let's say Hitler did everything they said he did. Great. The United States leaders right now are worse. Period. So now what? Kiss my ass. I'm not even freaking kidding. If Hitler killed 6 million innocent babies, that's fine, because the United States of America has done much worse just in the last 30 years. It's not even close. The numbers of deaths that we've done. So Hitler, fine. He's the worst person until the United States. Great. Okay.
which they won't teach for another 50 years when it's all done and everybody's gone who can go to jail. Then they'll say, and then the United States came along and Premier Bush, with his father Barbara Bush, they conquered all the lands and poisoned their people.
With a diaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that'll be
And a
history for our
carburetor.
grandkids that we're going through right now, and we're telling the real truth. We're doing the people's history of the, of the world, that will be taught
Yeah,
to our grandkids.
yeah, but listen, Jimmy, in about 10 years, if they're still not dethroned, they're going to be teaching Hitler flat Earth Christian, is what they're going to be doing.
I'm surprised Hitler wasn't a flat earther yet. We should be hearing that.
No, it's coming. Pretty soon, he is going to be a Bible fundamentalist flat earther, and they have to be stopped.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who didn't believe in NASA even before NASA existed. But yeah, they'll throw NASA in there too. So
Well, I mean, that's another thing right there. I mean, how look at the irony of this. Everybody has to realize how let's say everything the general consensus about, again, the Nazis is true. Let's say it's that bad. You have these people today that are modern Jews across the world saying, well, we needed the Nazis for NASA, though. Like, it's like, are you serious? You can't be this stupid. You can't be this. You're telling me that Hitler killed 6 million Jews, but it's okay that they started up NASA. Can you please pick which side you want to be on? People have so even if listen, this is a spiritual warfare. Even if he did these horrible things, you have people literally possessed by demons that are pretending they're innocent, I guess freedom-loving, sheeptards. I don't know what they are, but people are so stupid these days, they will contradict their own belief system. Because space is so important. So again, I tie everything to the flat Earth. Space is too important. Rockets, the moon landing, that's actually got to be real, even though the Nazis did it. But the Nazis are bad when we want them to be. You see, so these are the same people you're going to deal with.
I'm all about
That's
getting thirsty. Oh
no, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
took it like a champ. Oh, what's that about NASA? Oh,
Sounds like Tim Osmond. Who's that?
Yeah, the Nazis are like the go-to. Once you get into a conversation with someone, it's like, oh, the Nazis, and then everybody goes like, oh my goodness, the Nazis. And it's all.
Well, yeah, no, but they're preaching this. Remember how horrible the Nazis were, except they started us in space, which is the greatest thing that ever happened to mankind.
They still make most everything.
How stupid
brilliant.
that is. Think of the irony of the modern westernized white person in general. How stupid is that? And the people that I want to respect and love the Jews, that's great, but the same people that killed all the Jews got us into space, so that's what's really important.
And them wasn't even the real Jews.
No.
I mean, just give them I listen, but Luke, I can give them every single argument they want. I'm still going to show them that they're wrong. When it comes down to this, if you don't start with flat Earth and start with the most obvious exposed scam in history, you can't figure any of this shit out. You have to at least start. If you can start with the best scam that they've ever done to you, then you will have the hope of deciphering all these other scams that are attached to it. If you care, some of us just don't give a shit anymore because it doesn't matter. I'm interested in God's creation. You know what? If you want to think some white guy killed a bunch of people or some Chinese guy, it doesn't matter. That's not going to change our life. That's not going to save anybody tomorrow. But if I can get you to realize God's creation, that's going to help you.
Amen.
Yep, for real.
I mean, think about it. Every single one of us went through 4 dozen conspiracy theories before we got here. Then you get here and it's like, holy shit, none of these other problems matter. They don't. They're not important. They're not going to save the day tomorrow. I mean, it's like Bart Sibrel used to say that the moon landing hoax was one of the greatest things to wake up to. If you realize that Kennedy was killed by his own government, he's not going to be alive tomorrow. He's still dead. But if you can convince people of the truth and show them that you've been lied to your entire life and actually you're living on a flat plane of existence, then you actually get your life now.
For real.
You didn't even have a life. I wasn't even in reality. I wasn't even on Earth before I woke up to the fact that I was not on a spinning ball. My entire life was a lie. I had no life.
right. Well, our life was their life, I guess, or whatever, under their control.
Right. So what, am I supposed to worry about if, the Nazis killed 6 million people that are special? Or should I care about the fact that the entire system for 500 years is all a lie, including the Nazis that they controlled along with the banks anyway, so it doesn't matter? Wake up, people.
Yeah, it's a made-up number based on the insurance policies that were paid, the money that was paid. And if you think the world's population is actually what they're producing, go look up world population right now. If you think that's a real number, it cannot possibly be that number. Based on Adam and Eve and 2 + 2 + 2 + 2 + 2, it does not
Plus, it
work.
came from them. That's that's my first. It came from them. Okay, needs a review.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's my point of the ridiculousness, if you will, with Tosh.0. Love that guy. With Tasho and just doing that whole thing, it's like, no, it doesn't work. It can't work. Do the math.
Right. Well, even if the population today was, what would you say it is? Do you think it's more than 7 billion, Larry, or less?
I think it's about 750 million.
I don't know. Do we have to
It is.
include
Well, no, you don't even listen. It doesn't matter what. Listen, here's the good thing about this: it doesn't matter what the number is, because even if you said 10 billion, you wouldn't have an Earth older than about 7,000 years, and that's what I'm getting at. Is that if we have 10 billion people on the Earth, the flat plane of existence right now, we are not even 10,000 years old. So that's what people need to realize. Look at genealogy. Adam and Eve, great. 7,000 years ago, 7 billion people now, no problem.
What about the Earth's population under 500 million?
No oceans stuff. What about all these land masses or other pyramids and structures we're finding in these oceans that would push
that goes back to what I was saying at the start about how do you determine the date of something when you don't know the scale and you make presumptions about the initial conditions. We don't know how old those are.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can't know how old. That's exactly right. You can't know.
Well,
But we
there's
can't say that it's only
there's
7,000 years
7,000
old.
pyramids on Earth. They say
Maybe 1,000 years
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, there's 7,000 pyramids on Earth. Absolutely, and none of them are older than 7,000 years old. I'll guarantee you that.
Well, maybe.
I have a
Guaranteed.
theory about how the pyramids at Giza
How
were
can you
made.
state
Also,
that though? After what we just figured out, that you can't state the definite time. We don't know it's definitely
Right.
6,000 years old. We don't know.
No. It's called a limiting factor. It can't be older than a certain amount of time. I don't know how old, but it can't be more than 7,000 years
an
old.
outside limit.
There's not. That's called the limiting factor. There's not enough people alive
You
today
were just
for this
basing that on
Earth.
people.
Yeah, exactly. There's not enough people alive
Take away
today
the people,
for the
you
Earth.
still have the
I
pyramids.
can't
and
because
stuff.
the Bible is true. Because the Bible is true. It's proven itself right. So we can't have 10,000 years of history just with how many people we have now. There's not even close.
But how old are the pyramids? That's the question. We don't know how to
Right.
determine that.
Right.
they're not that old. They're not that old. I believe I have a theory. It's only a theory on how the pyramids were built. They were built in place that they were actually made and tamped down, very similar to how you, because I've done a lot of building in my life, build a walkway or something and you tamp it down, you create a block. Okay, great. Next block, boom. Next block, boom. Next block, boom.
Right.
Bugs rolling uphill and all the other sand that came away from it and everything else and all this other kind of bullshit.
Oh yeah, and there's evidence of
They
melting.
could have
the
poured them and
glassifying-
melted them right on site.
Yeah, whatever that's called. I can't remember the
I
term.
was watching some things on that. You can melt rock. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's song.
It turns into
Yes,
glass, basically.
Song
Those
or
two-
light or
Those things they're man-made and they're a couple thousand years old at that. And they're all disintegrating because it doesn't work after
Now,
all
if
the
we
rain
could
and
figure
everything
that
else.
out, I would agree that if they're that, I would agree at that point, on most things that the world as we see it is only so old.
Well,
Yeah.
another way that people go by is written documents because you have certain, it's
Documents
like
can
a
be
chain where
forged. That's why I can't touch
somebody
it.
he wrote something and they wrote in a certain style and they used certain vocabulary and this and that didn't exist yet, so they couldn't have been talking about it because you knew this was your great grandpa and you knew him and
Yeah,
and
but we
then,
can only go back 4 or 5 generations.
well,
that
and
way.
he knew people and they knew people, they.
But you
you
can
have
only
this
go so
chain of
far
knowledge.
back that you can prove. That's what I'm getting at.
Well,
I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm just saying you can't prove it because we can only go back so many generations. Then we have all hearsay.
Well, from our point, but if I know, for example, if I knew my grandpa and my grandpa knew his grandpa, and none of us is liars or stupid or incompetent, then we do have a chain that we can follow back in time.
No, I
because
agree. But I could have one relative that is a liar that said he wasn't.
well, you
Wait,
have to
I
have
didn't.
evidence that they were a liar.
Okay, I'm just
Then-
saying it's out there. It could be there. Sorry.
it have dead ends in that because it have wars and thing and a lot of people die. So you will meet up a lot of dead ends and they cannot follow.
Right, exactly. That's what
Because
I'm
they don't know
getting
who
at.
to go. Because they don't know who to go to after that because the person dead. So you don't know
History
who
is written by the
you
winners.
know,
You know?
you know.
Well, I'm
So-
talking about personal correspondence here when it comes to documents that we ourselves could verify just because we know our own relatives and they knew their relatives, their ancestors, and so on. You can trace back in time, knowing how long they lived and things like that, and what technology they talked about and phrases they used. And you can follow back in time and trace it back. Well, if all the families can do this, then you can verify certain things. While you say this, your grandpa lived in this such and such a time and said so and so happened, and somebody else's grandpa lived at that same time and they said the same thing. So then you've got as much verification as you can hope for past events. And so by using these documents, you can go back in time and get some idea, at least a ballpark, of how long people have been on the earth.
Hopefully it's an actual conversation that's happened. And if anybody tells me I went on Google Plus and I found out by Ancestry.com where I came from, you know, once you get to the internet, forget it.
Well, just knowing that other people can forge stuff, you got to
Yeah.
take things like with a grain of salt. You can't just accept it. That's the problem we're running across.
Right,
You can
but
only
here
go back
again-
so many generations until you have that problem where it could have been manufactured. I'm not saying it was.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
still, you have to have some motivation. You know, why would someone forge a personal letter? You know, how many personal letters of how many families could be forged, and why? Why would anyone do that every step of the way?
If I sat down with 10 or 5 generations of my children and told them, okay, from here on out, we're writing a book and it's going to be this, this, and this, and this. And everybody writes it out in generation after generation after generation. You do that 5 or 6 generations, and now we don't know if it was true or not. And now 10 generations later, people are saying that this book was a right book when we don't know.
But here's the thing: is what if you don't know you're writing a book? You just write stuff because that's how you
I
talk to
understand
people.
that. I understand that.
You
But
know?
the problem that we all run across is people forging stuff.
Right, but then
You got to take
they
that
have to have
into
a
account
reason to
when
forge
we're
it.
taking this evidence on, which is the problem we're running across.
Right, but you have to have a
I
reason
understand.
why.
I agree with you, Paula.
Yeah, I'm just making the argument. You know.
Okay, you know, it's just we got, you know, like you're saying, we have to look at everything, and there's times where we can't make a decision, like how old the Earth is. We really can't genuinely come
Well,
up with a
you
number.
can't give a definitive
Right.
date, but I was just going through the math again, Brian, and actually there's a starting over point. Of course, there's the flood of the Bible, which is mentioned. The family of
Right.
8 has to restart, which makes sense because it really wouldn't even go back 5,000 years. But the reason it does is because everything had to restart. So again, the Bible just shines. Anytime you look
No,
at,
I
just look at
agree
the
with that. I'm
every
just-
time. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So we don't know the exact age. You're right, but you definitely know what it's not. It's not 25,000 years old. You know, it's not 100,000 years. It's not even 15,000 years old. That's what you can guarantee it. I mean, period.
It's somewhere between between 8 and 6,000 years old.
I
Has
agree
to
with-
be. It has to be.
I would agree with that. I would agree with between 6 and 9,000 years. Yeah.
So on top of that, so then our next assumption would be warranted greatly to say that these these thousands of pyramids are probably 5,000 to 6,000 years old. That would be an educated guess, in my opinion. If I had to guess, you hold a gun to my head, how could
How are
they
we
be
coming
any
up with
older than how could they really be any older than 6,000 or 7,000 years? So, and they're under the ocean, so.
Built in place. It's like segmented rock walls, which I've done thousands of them in my lifetime. It's
You're going to know this. Larry, what about erosion? Have you ever looked at the Sphinx?
Yes. Yep.
The erosion marks on it? Because they have these pictures they show to people where they have the head cut off, and I ask them what made this erosion. Of course, all the experts say water. Then they show the head of the structure, and it's the Sphinx, and they go, oh. So why does the Sphinx have water erosion, but the pyramids not as much? And it's like the pyramids are a stronger rock. It could have also been that the Sphinx came later as also, false idol worshiping gods. I don't know, but there's
That's
something
what,
they're
no,
not
that's
made.
what it leads up to, that the Sphinx did come later. That's what it
Right.
does.
See, that's interesting. I would have to assume correctly because the erosion is different, but that's the thing. They're not made out of the same thing. It's not like this is grade A rock and these are two different
Yeah.
materials that you why?
Well, it's
Going
just
with
how
two
they
different civilizations.
want to judge a rock. They take the plant life that was underneath, and that's how they carbon base it. They can't carbon base a rock.
You guys
that's
want the modern
pseudo
day?
science. What happened?
You guys want the modern day version of what happened? Okay, so they put it out there to a contractor, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to build this, and it's up to you to build this." And they gave it to the lowest bidder. That's why the Sphinx is in the middle off,
Right.
because they couldn't make the shit right. Look at them; they're all withered away on the sides. It's come on, everybody.
How do you know that the Egyptians did not have electricity, Larry?
We all have it. We can create it by magnets or something else, and we're working on something right now. Which
If
we're
you
not
look
gonna
at the evidence, it looks like they did have it, and that's the thing.
Yes, that's
Right. So here's my point: is that you have 100 million naturalists saying that the Egyptians didn't have history, but they could do other things that we can't. So why would I cut them off at anything we have when they were doing things we can't do?
Right.
So how could you say otherwise? I think it's insane. So you're dealing with people that want to believe with what they want to believe. To cut anything off, we don't know if they have the ability to do things far greater than just electricity. Maybe 0-point energy, which would be making structures like pyramids much easier. But I don't know.
well, the pyramids are just like compacted blocks that they made in place.
But if you read like ancient stories of countries coming to war with Egypt, and you read details in that would tell you that they saw 3 huge lights that light up the whole of Egypt in the night, so they couldn't invade Egypt in the night, so that they'll come in the day and invade Egypt, because in the night the pyramids lit up the whole of Egypt.
Very well could be true.
I heard a lot of stories about that from Persians and a little bit from Rome and other civilizations, talking about the pyramids and the lights.
Yeah, well, where were all the Satanists living a few thousand years, 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago? Where were all these, occultist weirdos living? It wasn't Washington D.C. A few hundred years ago or 1,000 years ago. The other thing is, how do we know how long these people were really in Egypt? You know what I mean? Are we going to trust these people 200 years ago telling us that it was, deserted, the Sphinx was just uncovered 150 years? It could all be lies. Every single one of it could be lies.
Exactly. I remember seeing something actually on what's the thing over in I don't know, the freaking the whole rock thing or whatever is set up there.
Huh? Give us a clue there.
The rock thing. What was it? It's not the
Yeah,
Sphinx,
fake
it's
Stonehenge,
the,
Larry.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one. Yes. Thank you very much.
Fixed Stonehenge.
Yeah, and they've got pictures of like back in the 1900s of the cranes moving them into place and everything else. It's like, give me a fucking break. Come
The
on.
exact time as World War I is going on, they're building Stonehenge to further control the minds of Western civilization. It was a wonderful hoax.
I'll tell you what. The one thing I'll give they, and I say they loosely, they've done a brilliant job. I mean, brilliant job. It's just not going to work anymore.
Well, I mean, I even know people who have been to Stonehenge, and they say that there is some kind of really, really weird piercing energy around there. So maybe Stonehenge is just a man-made marker for some natural node point or something of energy.
It could be.
Yeah,
It could be. I'll give
alien invasion. One of the fake invasions. That's no.
No, this
Now, but Stonehenge,
real people.
Stonehenge was built on convergent ley lines. You know? Stonehenge was built on convergent ley lines. The pyramids was built on convergent ley lines. Most of these massive structures, even Washington D.C., is built on convergent ley lines.
Yeah.
So, from a cult thing.
I will say something that if you watch, go back and watch old NASA video, and I know Jimmy's going to be right on this in 2 seconds, so just give me a second here. And you look at Stonehenge and the way the pillars are formed and how the launching pad per se is there. It looks just like frickin' what was it? Glenn Shepard and the other guys were killed. They were going to come out and tell about how NASA was fake and everything else. It was the same kind of launch pad. If you see it, down in Florida, it's the same damn thing as Stonehenge. Almost matches perfectly.
I really wouldn't put it past these people to have redone Stonehenge by encasing their dead enemies in the cement,
Could be, yeah.
like the mafia. I really wouldn't put it past them, and that could be the weird energy, or it could be a ley line. I don't know. But I wouldn't put it past them. And the way that they were breaking out the cement, it's just like, what? It's very weird. And they did like 3 reconstructions of Stonehenge in the past 100 years. Why? Why keep going there? And why didn't they just leave it like a shambles or whatever? But they actually were doing a reconstruction of it as a shambles with like stones on the ground and stuff. Like, if you're going to redo it, put it all back together. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't know. I cannot take what they tell me about it, though, as 100%.
Yeah.
Did I kill it?
No, you didn't kill it. No. Everybody's absorbing it. It's a kind of a deep chat. It's good.
You got to realize that the enemies that we're dealing with are the kind of people that will kill babies, eat babies, drink blood. Like, there is no empathy. In fact, it's the reverse. It's like, we have to do this. Oh my, like, we have to. It's like a need. It's not like, oh, they're suffering. It's like, no, we've got to do this. They will do the most sadistic things and high-five each other. And it's really that kind of a group. I know people like that who just make maybe $150,000 a year who have that kind of energy inside them, who think they are so far above everybody. And that's just a little peon who might be using better napkins than us. You know what I'm saying? These people at that level, we can't even fathom what they're like at all. Like, if we're trying to empathize, like, well, what am I like? Well, what's the worst people I know? Like, all right, it must be like them. No. This is a whole different species, kind of like sick people.
Yeah.
And yeah, they would put dead people inside of a cement walkways for Disneyland. You know, like that's them. That's what they do. But that's only like for specific things. They don't do it with everything because they got regular people building all these things in there, not throwing bodies or whatever. So it's only certain things, ritual related things that they do that kind of thing for, but they go to that level. Just some things I've seen alone, I won't even say out loud because I prefer like nobody knows that exists. You know?
Well, it's just what they were telling us in Transformers movies where they hid the bad guy, I can't remember, the bad Transformer. What was his?
Megatron or Galvatron?
Yeah, Megatron, I think, was down under Hoover Dam, under all that cement. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's maybe they did find a giant and they built something around the giant's remains or something. Like, who knows? You know,
Right.
They would give us some children kind of story, like that's all nice, wrapped up nicely with a nice arc to it, and it all worked out. And it's usually never that way, and we realize that it never works out nicely wrapped up in most things that we try to do. Or Whatever. It's a struggle. Ill every way. If you're trying to do the right thing.
Well, we've kind of tapped out here. No, I'm kidding.
Is it me? I'll go back on mute.
Actually, Jimmy actually put me to sleep. What the hell? See, it worked.
Yeah, I do that to so many people. I'm like, watch this truth stuff now. You ever notice that you try to make somebody watch a documentary that's like brand new to them, it's revealing, they go right to sleep, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, they just get conked out. I call that like a truth evacuation. Like when the bad information's in there and you're watching something good, you get tired. It's not that you're bored, but it makes you tired. Like when I go off on a rant with somebody for an hour, they're yawning, they're like, oh, but they're wide awake. What is that? it's like you're waking up, literally.
Yeah.
It's
And for those future watchers or anybody else watching, yeah, Jimmy actually does put me to sleep sometime.
But Larry, you can put me to sleep playing drums. How do you do that?
Well, I play the drums. I'm not bad at it.
Nobody said you were. It must be the way you hit it. It's it's you. It's just that Larry rhythm. It's Lullaby Larry.
Okay, we're gonna put Jimmy to sleep now. Ready?
Well, you guys can carry on with stuff that I don't know anything about. I just jump in whenever I do know something about something you're talking about. But
Oh, stop, Jace. You're always welcome here. Come on. What's wrong with you?
So what you guys think about the election?
it's a joke.
I know, but who you think they're going to put in power?
It's
Because
gonna be-
I see a
it's gonna be
video.
Hillary.
You see the video with Hillary and Trump dancing.
Yeah, they're all on Facebook.
Yeah. I go to my channel, but that video kind of telling me in a way that Obama might win. That is what it telling me. I know, but it could be me. I don't know.
Well, they've been doing that. That's kind of their latest thing. Is like the president who's done 2 terms. They always come up with that fear mongering of they're gonna commit martial law and go for a 3rd term, and we're going to nuclear war with China or Russia or something. Like I've been hearing this literally since the 90s.
And
So
I hear
I'm just not really gonna go buying into it anymore. It's the same recycled fear.
that
Nothing's gonna happen. It's just gonna be Hillary. They're gonna keep their business going because it's a business, and and keep us always wondering, "Oh, is this gonna happen? Is this gonna happen?" And it never does, and it just keeps going. The wheel keeps turning, and we get all stressed out.
And I hear Russia say if Hillary win, it will have war and all kind of drama. So I don't know.
What are we gonna have war with? Cartoons? Cartoon bombs?
Nuclear bombs.
People can't afford to go to war. They gotta go to work.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Is the war has been over for a long time and nobody knows. It's been over for a long time.
Yeah, it's just kind of running security for the poppy fields mostly, I think, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It just come on.
Guarding the oil trucks and the poppy trucks and the poppy flights, and so they're keeping the soldiers busy protecting, business interests.
For what?
Donald Rumsfeld and all them said that the Iraqi war, the oil was going to pay for the war. Not only did it not pay for the war, our gas doubled or tripled almost. And that was the opposite of what we were promised.
And the most interesting thing is, and I know everybody hates the globe. Take the globe for 1 second, and I am a flat earther. I've always said this and come out this way. The size of the United States, okay, that's responsible to pay for like everything else in that short or small area. Come on, really? No.
Come on.
Somebody screwed up for a long time, man. I'm glad so many people have woken up, and obviously everybody on the panel has, and in chat too. I think we have like two people watching. Oh, that's interesting. 2 people.
2 people. Sure, I'm saying.
Yeah, 2 people. 2 people who are bored on a Tuesday night to watch us or something like that. Luke, are you one of the 2 people?
Must be.
It's all a joke.
I got a computer running downstairs with the watch page open, so I'm one of them.
Oh, there we go.
I was saying 13 people.
That's not a good number. We got to like get that number up there somewhere. Like,
13 likes, 13 people. 13 likes. No. I serious 13 likes and 13 people are going to like it, so 14 likes.
13 people. Oh, there we go. 14. Oh, look at that. Oh, it just jumped up. Look at that.
14 likes. I like it.
They're out there. They're shadowed. They're watching. They're watching us.
What were you guys talking about before I rudely interrupted? Stonehenge.
It could have been anything.
I think it was Stonehenge because that's when I jumped in them. But before that, the pyramids.
Yeah. Yeah, the pyramids, all those blocks were built in place, man. Come on.
Yeah, but it was built, but why it was built?
And why 17,000? That sounds like the power grid for the whole planet.
I'm not sure.
17.
What am I, the shell answer man? I have no idea why it was actually constructed. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen, those are built-in blocks in place, and now it's eroding from the top down, of course, because of erosion, which normally happens. Created by the aliens or 7 million years ago, or whatever the hell they say. No, of course not.
Why not?
Why not? Because I can probably go there, and I'm not going to because I'll probably be arrested. I can actually walk up to the pyramids and probably grab some of the soil, a loam of some kind, a 30% loam, which can be compacted, but it only lasts a certain amount of time over the years. It's not going to erode over a million, bajillion years, whatever the hell they say it is. It's going to erode over a couple thousand years, which it has.
The pyramid was originally white. It have a covering over it, an insulation, and a bright white.
And now, aren't there underground waterways that run from the pyramids to the towns?
That one kind of funny because it have a guy in America. Look at his name. He built up a golden pyramid, and you know what happened? All the water that was underground converged under the pyramid, and it started flooding because he built a pyramid that's still living like a house and. Yeah. And it started flooding inside. And I had to push all the water around it too. You can his house with an island. I forget what state I was in. They have a golden pyramid and they have a big golden statue of big Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? Guess not.
Cool.
Yeah, so that water under the pyramid could just be a natural. What does happen when you build a pyramid structure close to water? You know, it probably just draw all the
Maybe
water that is
yeah.
under the earth under the pyramid itself.
From what I saw, there were underground, like in everybody's home or whatever in the area. There was like a hole with access to that underground waterway.
Yeah,
And one of the
well, them
theories
probably
out there,
know.
one
Them
of the
probably know.
theories out there was that the pyramids charged up the water, and people just dropped their Baghdad battery wires in there, and that was their power for their home.
Or probably they know that if they build the pyramid, right, it will draw all the water into one area. And the water that is drawn, they probably charged up, so or have some, probably add some special quality in the water, some kind of thing like that. I'm speculating.
If you magnetize water, if you like there's a process where you can magnetize water, and people have done it, and like crops grow like 30-40% larger if you magnetize water. So
I could think
it's obviously got a beneficial effect. Maybe brings more oxygen or something to it. I don't know, but it electricity, magnetism, these are all players in it. Water, the basic elements.
But also above the pyramid, energy does come out. Does come out from it. Like, the same guy who built the pyramid, he built us, before he built the big one, he built a small one. And he realized when he put his hand over it, he got a funny feeling. And he started to ask people to put their hand over it. And they feel the same thing. So he was studying if you build a big one, what will happen?
Wow.
And then when you put plants in pyramid, it just go better, go bigger, more fertile. Where the Egyptians used to store their food in the pyramids. Panel 10, pillbox.
It's a Red October. It's like dun 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 dun.
Wow.
Oh, where'd he go?
He's out in the chat, but he dropped out somewhere along the line here.
Oh, I see that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. You see all the views and different things, the ups and downs, everything else going on, and they're so skewed. I mean, somebody puts out there, oh my goodness, 2 chicks wearing a thong on a beach, 7 million views in like 45 hours or something like that. Ridiculous. Luke, don't laugh yet. That's not the joke. And then later on, you has some content to it, talking about flat Earth and different things that are going on, and it could be anything, as many topics we've discussed with many of my friends here, and in chat too, many of my friends. Just put it out there, and it gets like 14 views or 75 views or 147. It's like, come on, seriously? I don't think it's being manipulated in some kind of way?
Well, there's a lot of people putting up money who have a spot in line way ahead of all of us. and then you have the people who have earned their shit naturally with more hits and whatever that are way ahead of us. So we're kind of the back of the bus.
It could be the foolishness of the world too.
Yeah.
There are rather foolish things like that than real truth, you know.
Yeah, I would rather be more grassroots, very similar to how Luke puts it. I would want to be grassroots than to actually get out there and commercialize. I'm not interested in that kind of shit.
Yeah.
But I did like the dancing with Hillary and and Trump. That cracked me up. I one dance. I one funny video I watch. And then Obama come in and say, you need to stop the shenanigans, or I'm gonna have to ask the people of America to vote me in for a third term. And he asked the agent, can I do that? He shake his head no. Funny. Shit, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, by the way, Luke, have you talked to Robert? Is he doing good, or what's going on?
I hear from him. I hear from him in a while. Last 2 weeks, that was the last time I heard from him.
He's got that anonymous news channel.
He's probably very busy.
He's been on Anonymous News with Robert Shortman.
Really?
He what? He's been on Robert's channel? Robert Shortman channel?
No, I don't know if he took his Planete Veritas channel or if he just made a new one, but it's called Anonymous News, and it's Robert Bassano with usually Robert Shortman or some other people. And,
Serious?
Yeah, they're still working it out.
And he didn't tell me nothing. What the hell?
I thought he was done.
Well, just go to,
Tell me not-
yeah, just put in Flat Earth Anonymous News, and you'll see like recent hangouts and recent videos.
Let's see. Curse his ass, and I'm see. Oh, I see. The man even tell me nothing.
Why didn't he say anything? I mean, he had a ton of us following him. I mean, pardon me, a lot of people following him, and not always.
That channel's got like 8,000 subs, so I'm wondering if it's his old channel. He just renamed it.
Could be. Because he told me he was going to Europe, so.
That's interesting.
Because he have a business deal, so.
He was just going to peace out because he got an offer he couldn't refuse, and he was gone. That's the last thing I heard.
Unless this Anonymous News is just mimicking all of his old stuff, I don't think it is. And I've been listening to it as if it's been Bassano.
Anonymous Weekly News?
Yes, I believe so.
Anonymous TEH Weekly News episodes. As only Anonymous News are fine. Anonymous Official.
It's going to be with Flat Earth in there or NASA Fakery or something.
Yeah, we'll put it in the link now. And put that one of the videos in the description. You can find it.
All right.
I see it. Anonymous.
Yeah, please. Yeah, put it in the chat here or chat on YouTube or wherever.
All right.
Put it out there.
But they don't know flat stuff we're talking about. Anonymous send message to the United States. Anonymous. We shoot about Pokemon. Anonymous. So I want to put that in the description because I ain't seen it.
As soon as I come across one that
When you doing anything else, as the first person, yes, tell.
You get so quiet.
Yeah, there we go. Actually, we have 5 people watching it. It's all us.
Okay. How am I saying 12?
Yeah, Larry's just he's really hoping for 5, I think.
Nah, I'm saying 9. I know we load. Saying 9. I'm reload
Guys,
again.
I don't think that
Yeah.
that number counts us because there's been times where it says 1 watch.
Yeah.
I see a 9.
That's why. That's why I think the numbers are so far off. It's kind of funny.
Yo, Pillbox.
Pillbox is out in chat now, so
I see
I'm
that.
not sure. He must have walked out by the Stargate or something. And by the way, Pillbox, come get your damn pickup truck, or half of it. It's in my backyard still. Always a good time. Always fun.
Alright, but I man is going on in my country right now. With police killing people
Randomly.
What?
randomly. Police killing people randomly. 4 people.
You
I
need to
have a
get out
video
of
on
there.
it, but it's too graphic. It's too graphic to put on YouTube, so I ain't showing it. I ain't putting it on my channel.
Maybe it's time to get out of there, Luke.
I feel
Yeah.
what is but actually advice that have too much important people living in the area I live in or any gang or to terrorize people to get out of too much important people is everything that's only happening in the poor area. Poor areas that have a lot of crime and
It's like really broken up for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I'm still looking for this anonymous news thing. I gotta go through my
Yeah.
history now.
usually talking about.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, walk closer to the router or something. You might have walked away too far or something.
Or walk closer to the bars on your windows.
And me?
Yeah, yep. Got you now. Got you.
Yeah. Nah, but that's only happen like in poor areas of my country. I'm not living in the poor area in my country. I live in a in between middle class. Middle class. There's still a little drug dealing and thing in my area, but I know all the drug dealers in my area, so. Cause I used to go to school and things, so. Nothing to worry from them.
Yeah, it's amazing. Anybody has to belong to a class. It's like, hey, I'm here, you're here, we're all here.
Yeah.
Exactly. It should be like stretching out your arm to shake somebody's hand.
Going over basic things in this video to let you understand some of the basics to this. All amateur.
Maybe what the heck you got? You got the watch page on or something?
No. I'm going through my history though to look for the Sonos channel. They changed the name again. Right.
But I realize a certain group, I ain't calling names, a certain group Let's be on live on weekends. Don't be again since YouTube stop paying paying YouTubers for talking about conspiracy stuff. Since they sell, the internet to a foreign country. They say they're gonna start back on next week, so we'll see. But I realize a lot of channels that used to always be doing flat earth and just do stuff stop being YouTubers for doing conspiracy stuff. Because they're giving they're compensating YouTubers for videos that they don't like. Like if you come across a video that you don't like, you can tell YouTube and you'll be compensated. And you could come in one of the circles. So essentially, you could be a shield. You could be an officially paid shield working for YouTube. Inside YouTube circle.
Yeah, not me. I would, and of course, everybody has a joke about me. Larry Shieldman's, hey, how you doing? No, I'm not paid.
Everybody has a lot of my jokes.
I don't even monitor my channel. I have our next channel that is monitor because that only have comedy stuff on it. I only have our next channel that is monitor, and there's only have comedy stuff on it. But this I don't monitor.
Well, can somebody just tell me what has been one shill that has been exposed for a fact and been confirmed? Can someone give me one shill that's been confirmed?
Well, what's the definition of a shill?
Right. So what are we talking about here? So now we got to figure out what the definition is. So this is going to take a while. But my point is that
Tiger Dan.
Who?
Tiger Dan. All of a sudden he stopped making YouTube.
Well, yeah, but Tiger Dan turned his mind. Well, that's not. He didn't shill. He flipped out. No, you can't. No, you can't do Tiger Dan because he.
Story.
No, he went schizo, flipped out, and lost his mind. Listen, the flat Earth is very hard for a lot of people to handle. It will make you go crazy if you're not clear of your heart. If you're not at right, if there's got to be a certain type of mindset. Dan, Tiger Dan ate himself alive. He literally went crazy, just like some people do when they can't handle the truth. But he didn't seem like a shill. He seemed like a complete fucking idiot. Excuse me. I mean, I'm just trying to think right now over the past 2 years, I don't know of one person that we've actually nailed down and goes, see, we proved this person is a shill and, put the tattoo on their forehead and now we got one of them. I haven't seen that happen once. First of all, I would say that a good candidate would be someone like, John LeBon, who is an I don't knowist expert on everything. I don't know anything. So, to go around saying I don't know anything, but trust me is, kind of weird. So,
I have ideas of who's shield, but I won't say no names because it will just be speculation. But I have my ideas of who is shield, but I ain't gonna be saying anything because it wouldn't be right to say anything, in case I'm wrong,
Well, I need to say this because if you are a Bible believer, there is no such thing. There's shills are not something to worry about. In Romans 8:28, it says all things will work together for good. People don't realize that even the atheists are doing the work of God. Even the scoffers, the haters, the evil people make it so that the system of God's creation is going to turn out the way God wants it to happen. Again, Romans 8:28, all things will work together for it. Does if somebody comes out and is pretending to be a flat earther, I don't care what they say or who they are. It's not going to hurt anything except themselves if they are lying, if they are causing, a couple people might get butthurt and have a couple tears or something because they were big fans of that. But other than people getting butthurt and hurting their own ego, other than egos being destroyed, it doesn't affect anything. This has nothing to do with any preacher speaking to you. This has everything to do with you questioning yourself and nobody else's opinion matters. You know, where do you think you live? What do you think you're moving or not? Have you ever seen the curvature of the earth? These aren't questions you should be asking anybody but yourself. So it doesn't matter. The shills are literally the least of your worries, and I just don't even believe in them.
Right.
True. Because the
Kiss
more
my
you-
ass, Larry.
Because the more you talk about because the more you talk about, the more you try to twist flat earth and try to infiltrate it to destroy it, is the more you're making it look like if it's something that it should be exposed. There's more people you're bringing into it. Just by going against it, you're bringing people into it.
Yeah, right.
Because the truth out there, you could go out and you could look at it for yourself. You know, see it yourself.
But problems often solve themselves, you know, when it comes to this kind of thing. I mean, I don't care if the entire world was against me. I know for a fact that I am on a generally flat stationary plane of existence that I've seen with my own eyes, and I never knew. I've seen it for 30 years and I didn't know it. I don't care who's against me. I know what truth is, and I'll be preaching it till I die or till they kill me or whatever happens. It doesn't matter. I mean, once you figure out the truth, once you know that you've been lied to and you've erased that problem out of your life and it was such a big lie like the baller scam, none of these other people matter. You know something. You're here to help people. You figured it out you figured it out because you're supposed to help other people figure it out. God doesn't want people going around that are complete scumbags, like you name it, name a scumbag. People like that. There is a very low count of scumbags in the flat earth. Yes, we do have a few, but most of them aren't even flat earthers. They call themselves other. They say the flat earth is they don't even say they're flat earthers. Show me one honest flat earther that's a horrible criminal. You can't find them. I mean, do you think God wants people, making bad example when already there's, horrible Christians like me that already set a bad example? We don't need any worse people than me coming over to the truth side, because that's going to completely take away credibility. The first thing I did was realize who was on whose side. I don't have to see any evidence. When all the scumbags are attacking something, I kind of know there's a reason why.
Yeah.
Very
well said.
Demons always attack truth.
Yeah, the thing is, if you wait to realize who is real and who is not, it's just by the way someone acts, or the way someone like the way they behaves, like the way they talk about other people, like let me say this one channel don't like this next one channel, so you're talking bad about that one channel. So and you're talking about a bunch of disgusting things. So he is not a good person.
Yeah.
I see a comment, yes. Or meteor, asteroid, or whatever it is, outside right here.
Yeah, I went off a couple times on a couple different channels because the content, I got really pissed off. Pardon my French. About the way they were presenting, and those people came out and they're like, oh no, it's not flat, it's still a globe and everything else, and went all the way back to, okay, we're on a ball and a bouncing ball and everything else, and I'm like, no. And I off a couple times, and actually Luke has fairness, Luke has actually sent me a private message a couple times and said, hey, Larry, just like calm it down a little bit. And I did take heed to that, and that's not where we're going tonight. There are some channels out there which just, come on. If you can't look out and see with your own two eyes and see that the curve is not there. Show me the curve. Show me the curve. Argument of the curve. Pull you into the chat or something like that, or into a live discussion.
You'll never get it, Larry.
I know that.
You'll never get that conversation. They can't talk about listen, here's what's so funny about this, and it's so easy, it's embarrassing. If anybody is confused, the subject is flat Earth. not what the sun, moon, and stars do or don't do or jump around or go on a carousel or a merry-go-round. The subject is the shape of the earth. How often do you hear them talking about it? Never. Because if you talk about the shape of the earth, it's flat. So how is a flat earth going to help somebody thinking that they're on a ball? They can't talk about the shape of the earth. You see, I first realized that it does not matter what the sun, moon, and star. I don't care if the sun gets smaller as it gets closer. That does not change the shape of the earth. And that's why you'll never get anybody saying, here's the earth, I found the curvature, Larry, because they can't talk about the earth. They have to talk about everything else but the shape of the earth. Even though the topic is flat earth, they can't talk about it.
They need to look at the ceiling to determine the shape of the floor.
Because they're scared. They're scared shitless. This is I tell this to people, guys, if you want an easy conversation, I say to these people, because a lot of people are just so afraid, even many Christians, many so-called Christians, Jibby, do not have the balls to say I was wrong and come over to flat earth. And it's like, listen, you don't know how easy it is. You get over to flat earth and it's like having God mode and cheat codes. Like there's nothing that anybody could do to touch you. You have the earth, you have 100 years of photography showing the earth and what it looks like. Every single photograph with unmanipulated lenses shows a flat horizon at eye level. There's 500,000 pictures from NASA and the Dryden Flight Research Center, or you can get the other 5 million pictures from the Russian Air Force taken since 1958. They're all flat. So we have literally millions of pictures in the last 80 years, photography. Every single one of them shows a flat earth. So, I love the question, well, what about can you show me a picture of the flat earth? I'm like, you've never seen a picture of the earth?
Yeah, it's literally a picture.
I mean, really, so you're a 40-year-old man, you've never seen a picture of the earth. Wow. This is, you think I want to debate somebody who's literally acting like they've never seen the earth? It's like, wait a minute. I'm going to now discuss this with you because you've never even seen what I'm talking about, but you're claiming it's something other than what everybody else has always seen. Okay, yeah. You think you're going to help that person out with a conversation? Yeah, let me go waste an 8-hour hangout on a zombie that, thinks he's a monkey in a ball.
No, Pillbox, if you go high up, like we say, 150,000 or around the high in the Earth atmosphere, you could see Antarctica from right there.
You probably could if you could get past the smog and the pollution. You could probably see for 10. Absolutely.
Clearly, you could see Antarctica because most of the high altitude shots I've seen at the the far horizon. At the end, you're seeing a blue hue, and that blue hue is the ice. Because the ice in Antarctica, it just give off a blue hue. If you know what I'm talking about. I
do.
It have a kind of small curve, not a curve of the earth, like the curve is about like the edge of a round table. You see a curve, like at the end you see a curve, so you see a curve. So, but
right, and we can't even get that curve. I can't even get the edge of the pizza crust curve.
Yeah. I could see the curve, the curve at the end of the Antarctica circle.
You might be. There are some photos out there. There are some.
Like flat, some photos, not all photos. You will see that. Most photos you will see there's a flat horizon. There are some photos, like we say, it take on like close to the south. At the end, you will see like curve, a small little curve.
I don't know the alumni. No, I know that we have been up to 300,000 feet though, Luke. So if you have the 300,000 foot photography from the X-15, which was in the 60s, that still shows because they have the camera facing the ass end of the plane, looking over basically the shoulder of the plane. The horizon's right there, and even there at 300,000 feet, it's a line. So I know that sometimes they say that there is curve or not, but at 300,000 feet, I mean, if it was a curve, that would be fine, but because that would make sense if we're on a disc. But just that horizon being at eye level. When you're at 300,000 feet, think of it this way. This is how crazy this is. And not a lot of people think about this, but look at these pictures, 250, 300,000 feet, and realize on the blue horizon that that's where boats are. Boats on the water at your eye level at 300,000 feet. There's boats in front of you. If you just comprehend that, what does that mean? There's boats on that line, that line about, hundreds of miles away from you, that line of there's things on the water called boats there, that you're looking straight out to. So if you just conceptualize what you're looking at and just fathom, okay, there's the line, that's the horizon. So at a distance, there's things there. You see straight out, not below me. And as the higher you go up, the farther things are out, the more you have to look up and out. The farther boat, if you're on the shoreline and there's a boat and you're even at, basically sea level, the farther out the boat, the higher you have to look, not lower. It's higher. Your eyeballs go up to see farther. You see, and then it does the exact same thing at 300,000 feet as you would approach something at sea level. And that's it. There is no way out of this flat Earth. I'm sorry.
True.
Yep.
But
There we go. Here it is.
But I feel the curve that some of the people, the globals talking about is the edge of the disc, because some of the photos them see that I saw that show is slide, not even a curve for a curve of a globe, but a curve like the end of a circle disc. That is the curve them seeing, but them thinking that is the globe curve of the Earth.
Right.
And but in most photos, you're not seeing that curve at all. You're seeing a straight line because you're not close to the edge. You're far away from the edge. So you will see a straight line.
We don't have any high altitude balloons that can see far out enough. If you do the math, like there was one balloon over Norway, and I matched it up with Google Maps, and then I zoomed in to get the islands and the land masses to be the same exact size as they were in Google Maps, and I checked the altitude, and it seemed to work out with the balloon. So now I can see how far out I'm seeing, and I can only really see out 150 to 200 miles straight ahead. And then I drew a little circle of the area of where the balloon could see over Norway. Now you put that on the AE map or any flat Earth map, and you're realizing real quick that this balloon can only see 1% of the surface. You're not seeing to Antarctica. You're not seeing any edge. You're only seeing as far out as you can see for the convergence to then turn into that smudge, because it's just it's a smudge. But if you had a telescope up there and you zoomed in on that smudge, things will start to clear up, and then those things past that will smudge. So that smudge is the convergence point up at that altitude. We're not seeing to Antarctica. We're not seeing any curvature. We're only seeing 1% of the disk because we're not getting up high enough, nowhere near high enough. You got to think about like how high you are in a balloon and mark that as your height, in the curvature map or whatever, and they tell you how far out you can see. And those balloons, we're not seeing everything. Like in a Norway balloon, I was only seeing like a couple of islands nearby or whatever. Like that's it.
Well, how high was that balloon, Jibby?
About 100,000, 110,000 feet.
Okay, well, that's actually going to be over 500 miles, though, to the horizon. At 40,000 feet, it's about 250. And remember, this is the most conservative. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Give them all their cheese and crackers because they're going to be whining. 250 miles out is at 40,000 feet. So at 100,000 feet, it's obviously going to more than double that based on the inverse square. So you're looking at over 500 miles in a distance. The funny thing is, though, hold on. The funny thing is, as soon as I turn around, now I'm at 1,000. I've doubled it when I look behind me, which means you are on a plate that you can see that is 1,000-mile wide flat plate minimum.
Right, but we're not seeing enough. We're not high enough to see the edge.
No, the edge, you're not. Yeah.
Especially where we're launching them. we're launching these things from like not the center of the dish or not the edge of the dish, but just kind of like that, that little part in the middle. Like, so we're going up so high with these balloons in the middle part, and we're not seeing it anywhere near the center or the edge.
No.
Hey, you know what we need to do? You see the same thing where Picard did?
Mhm.
Yeah, we need to do that same thing. Same thing, but with modern technology, cameras, infrareds, all that. And we need to do that like close to the south. Not too close to the south to get the U.S. military,
Right.
all gunning first. But
We would have to
Close
launch them near the jagged mountains of the north, or we launch them near the
Yep.
frigid cold. Almost nearly impossible to recover these things if we launch them. Actually,
Well, wait a minute though. What are you going to try to prove? That what is this trying to accomplish though?
no,
we're trying to see what's out there. Basically,
Humans
you can't
will
do
be
it.
in it. You see how Picard was in it? Humans will be in it. And we will be monitoring with modern cameras.
Right, but that was only like 75,000 feet though.
Go up higher.
we should have been able to be
But
able to see
We
all of the
customize. We customize.
You will get shot down.
Customize, huh? How
They're going to shoot your
will
ass
we know?
down.
No, well, we could just send up, like, make two. Send up one. See if that going up without being hit by any bullet. If that survive everything on land. Send one with humans and see.
But at best,
Because we don't-
but here's the problem with that though. At best, you wouldn't be able to verify because you're at that height what you're looking at anyway, and it would look like globs. If you even got close enough to see anything, they would look like boogers. If you're
No,
lucky,
If you use
if you're
infrared-
lucky.
If you use infrared cams, because infrared cams just see through fog.
Yes.
and-
Now, if we, yeah, you're right, Luke. Because if we can afford the $500,000 balloon, we can afford a couple $1,000 cameras. You're right.
I'm not saying. If we do that, we will get the answers that we want. We will
Well,
get,
I mean,
we
what
won't get
answers
all
do you
the
think it's going to
answers,
get
but
you?
We won't get all the answers, but we will see something new.
That is true. We would see something new, I would believe, but we already have the evidence of a flat Earth. We've already admitted that they've admitted. We know this. This is Charles a week ago. Charles admitted that I can see 250 miles out. Well, that's 250 miles of flat Earth. What is that? And if I look behind me, that's now 500 miles of flat Earth. So we have a ball earther admitting we can see the Earth around us 500 miles in an airplane, and it's perfectly flat. But there's a reason why, and it's actually not what you're seeing. So they already want you to believe you're not seeing what you're seeing. Everything you show them, that's not actually what we're seeing.
right. And if you're looking down, if you're looking down at a ball, you can clearly see a drop. You know what I'm saying? And if we're supposed to be seeing a drop, I think we would notice, hey, there's a drop. We're not.
You would see it at 10,000 feet minimum, at least. It would be obvious at 10,000 feet, Jibby. Just right off the ball. If you were 10,000 feet off of a 25,000 mile circumference ball, you would see curve. Period. It does not matter. I'm sorry.
I was
It's
showing
too easy.
on Free Channel. I was showing the specs for this really, really expensive, huge camera that says that it can focus on objects 18 to 31 miles away.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so nobody. 18 to 31 miles away, this camera can zoom in on. It's like $20,000 camera, $50,000 camera.
So what the global trying to say, the cameras could see through humps.
Yeah,
It can see through 1,000 feet of water, Luke. Yeah, it can see through 1,000 feet of water and make the water look flat. Yep. Also, the rail guns shoot through 20,000 feet of water and then come out the other side and hit their target. Yeah. They have to believe that. You realize you're talking to people that think the railgun shoots through water. I mean, how are you going to convince these people of anything?
It's not that there's an arc between you and point B. It's that in any direction you go is a slope. It's a slope in all directions when you're on a ball.
It should be a slope.
And they think the bullet will magically curve the slope perfectly because we have bullets that can magically do that, you know.
Yes, we're going to just point it up a little, and then somehow the ground or water below slopes as well as this thing. And it's
Well, there's a big
contact
problem,
everything.
but that's the thing, though. The real serious problem here is no matter what you're doing, and all of the since the origins of cannons and artillery, every single aperture and heads-up display or sight alignment is dependent on something called a straight line. That is where the problem is. It's not just the projectile, it's sighting the projectile first. All sighting and all munitions, even in arrows in history, is based on the concept of first understanding from point A to point B. The shortest distance is called a straight line. That's how we've done it for hundreds of years, and now we are shooting past 100 miles. That means the warship systems are able to track with lasers and radars other ships on the water 100 miles away minimum. How is that possible?
And it's called line of sight, not arc of sight.
Exactly, for a reason. Exactly.
They contradict themselves every time.
Oh, it's just embarrassing because right away they're already destroyed. They've already painted themselves into a corner, and then they just start painting themselves, and then they're covered in paint, and then it's disgusting.
But you see, the illusion so strong that I don't have to worry about people waking up to the contradiction. Like, a mass group of people waking up to the contradictions.
Well,
the brainwash the population to extend that they don't really have to worry about it.
exactly. Now, if I were them, I would, wait until, you're going to come across people, they are just, no matter how many hundreds of hours we work on them, they're not going to see a flat earth. Now,
They don't need to.
when flat earthers get to a critical number of all other, say, quote unquote, truthers or people that can see the truth. Now, once just about all the truthers are on board with flat earth, now you turn the public against them all. So now the public can be used as a weapon against the truthers. All you gotta do is Hitler was a flat earther and blah, 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 blah. And then that's it. We're all terrorists. We're all people of interest. We're all the bad guys. That one person in every family. And they don't have to do that to us. The people will round us up. The people will call 800 numbers. It'll be the truthers in the FEMA camp.
From my cold, dead hands, Jimmy.
Well, yeah. There's going to be a lot that go out like that. And the police that blow you away are going to be like, boy, we really did good today. Because they're going to be compartmentalizing thinking that they're doing good.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll put that name to the test.
Yeah,
That's how I would do it if I were them. That way I don't have to get my hands dirty. The idiots who love getting into wars and fighting and shooting, they'll be more than happy to go shoot all the flat earthers. And these people keep their business going with all the idiots left who can't see shit.
Not a good thing. Not a good thing.
But it's not gonna happen either because God's plan is gonna work out in His favor the way that He said it's gonna happen. There's nothing they can do about it. That's why you ever watch those stupid Terminator movies where it's like they actually ended up causing all the stuff to happen? That's exactly what the truth in movies is, that these people are actually going to cause their own demise.
Yeah.
But I feel
Bitches.
on the play. This is on the play. They probably want this to come out for a reason. Maybe to bring in the one government,
I can't hear Luke. He's really silent for some reason.
I think we all got to mute when somebody else is talking.
I believe that this flat earth is just an ex-hand in the game because aliens was a hand, UFOs, all that was a hand, AIDS was one of the cards, the play on the population, and it's all things that they want to come out for a reason, and this could be to get the one man will come out, probably the Antichrist, saying he show a significant proof that the earth is really flat. If the whole earth believes that the Earth is flat, in some way it might be better for them. I don't know. It could be because they let it out. Because if they didn't want this to come out, it won't come out.
Well, you can't say anybody at all. You can't pin this on humans, first of all. And you can't even give the credit to Satan because, again, this is God's creation. And nobody, no one man or woman or any human being can say that they released anything because everything that is truth is released from Christ. Everything that is true is going to be released from God. So, again, Romans 8:28, that it says all things. Some things, it says all things will work together for good. God is using these people, and that's what these shill alert people that just have to say shill, everything's a shill, everything's a conspiracy, everything's great. That God said it's still going to work out for his plan. That's the point. It does not matter. It's all things will work together. There's nobody in control of this shit. This is Satan's world. If anybody is in control of this world, this is Satan's world. We know that. But no man has any right to any I created this or I'm the one who woke this people. No, this is God's world. This is God's game, not ours. Hate to say it, but I mean, we don't get the glory. God gets the glory. Well, I don't deserve anything. This is not about me. This isn't about Pillbox or even Jibby. As much as we thought it was all Jibby, it turns out that it's much bigger. It's actually everything we've ever wondered. It's actually every single human being that said, I want to know the truth. I don't care how bad it is. It's about everything. It's about the individual experiencing the truth and God's plan coming together, but we're just part of it. You know, we're enjoying the game. We're happy to be here. I know I am because I'm not on the side of Satan. I'm in the minority where I always should be. And that's one of the great things about it. The path is narrow.
If God wants to share his glory, Lucille's thirsty. Yeah. Oh! Oh! Another one. Taking it like a champ.
Have a drink. Have a drink on
on
Jesus Christ, Jibby.
I'm taking
Cheers.
a break from the spirits.
Oh, okay. Both of them, both types, huh?
Well, I just had a birthday, and I'm gonna try to do that thing where, like, I didn't drink 2015. I drank like all of 2016. You know, I'll probably do another sober year.
2016 is not over yet.
All right. Well, I think I started drinking again in December of 2015. So almost a year, but whatever.
Yeah, Luke, don't help him out, man. Don't help him out.
I might not be as funny.
So that 2 more months.
No, I mean, I want to be, you know, at full capacity when I get the P900, and I'm gonna hit this flat Earth astronomy thing hard with visual, as much visual evidence or whatever, whatever I can find, whatever I can see, wherever I can access the highest peaks and mountains or whatever I can get to. At night, early morning, whatever. Like, I'll put it together. I've been staring at the skies all my life, but I've never had anything quite as powerful as a P900. So, I think it's going to make a big difference.
The interesting things that I see, really, and I have it on my video too, is the sun casting a shadow of the sky itself. By using the clouds, you know, the sunshine and the clouds and a shadow casting over on the sky.
Like a mountain.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, if you have a big spotlight down the road and you have like a pointy mountain in between you and that big spotlight down the road, and you can kind of see the spotlight, well, it could be hitting the top of that mountain that casts the shadow, you know, in a straight line, you know.
But not on the clouds, casting a shadow above the clouds, like over the sky itself.
Oh, so you're thinking maybe.
And sometimes you will see like different layers of shadows, like with different layers of atmosphere or whatever, or dome or whatever.
Do you think maybe that the sun might ever get to a point in the year where it casts light upon this Mount Olympus, Mount Meru, and that casts a shadow, or is it just way too far away? I don't know.
What I just see in my country is, let me say, it'll be sun rising in the morning, and there was sort of clouds. According to where the clouds is, the sunlight will hit the clouds and cast a shadow on the sky itself. Like,
Yeah, I don't get
like,
that. Like, yeah. It doesn't make sense on a sphere.
right, and it just prove to show you that the sun is right there, and it have a firmament or dome over us.
There are times the sun could cast a shadow, like the sun could be hitting cirrus clouds, with really high clouds, and those clouds could be casting a shadow. But I don't know.
Have no clouds where the shadow is, because it's just blue sky.
Mm-hmm.
It is blue sky, have no clouds. Oh, you're seeing where all the clouds is, but above the clouds, you're seeing where the shadow casting off of. It's just blue sky. Channel flattered cloud, flattered shadow of a dome. I won with a guy issuing one in, I think it's in America. Is it in America or Canada? But when I see that video, I started looking for that same phenomenon too in my country. So it's nice.
And the only camera you got's on your phone.
Phone.
Yeah.
I got a good video shot.
I'll do what you can with what you got. You know, it's all good.
I ain't good equipment next year. Some good equipment. I got 900. And some infrared. Some military infrared cams.
Is Paula still there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he gone here.
Oh, Larry, you're the captain of the ship. What's next?
Okay, apparently the ship went down, and I'm going down with it.
What did you run amok into an angry woman?
Man the lifeboats.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The Red October took my ass out or something. I don't know what happened. I got shot from
That
somewhere
was
else.
that was an accidental collision. I apologize.
Yeah, come on, pillbox.
Yeah, the Red October has 2 hulls just in case that happens, so there's no problem here. Yeah, there was a Kursk. I don't know if you guys ever heard about the Kursk story. That's an interesting event that actually happened after the movie, but it's very, again, truth in movies. There was almost a kind of event similar that happened after the movie. So wrap your mind around that.
Do tell. Do tell.
Well, not only was there a Russian Akula-class submarine involved, there was an American Los Angeles-class submarine involved, and these were the 2 main submarines in the movie. I think it happened somewhere, obviously, near Europe and Russia, Baltic. I get confused. It wasn't in black or anything, but there was a collision, and supposedly the Americans just fired a torpedo and actually sunk the Kursk because of the collision. But of course, that wasn't the official story. The official story was that something went wrong inside the vessel, and a torpedo blew up, and it killed the crew, and that just didn't make any sense. And then they actually the American back to a NATO base to Switzerland or something for repairs because of the collision. So they tried to cover it up, but there was a Red October event, supposedly. I guess it happened probably around 95 or 94. I don't remember.
Wow, that was actually based on the one that was sunk, the Kursk. if I pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, the Kursk was the Russian nuclear submarine. Yes.
Yeah, the one that the guys like died in, that they couldn't get up.
The whole crew died. Yep, the entire crew did. Yep.
My husband was in the
Yeah.
Navy, and he said that he was on an aircraft carrier, and he said that there was a time or two when they actually ran over a sub. So it happens a lot.
Ooh, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Aircraft carrier, man. I bet you probably hear something weird, but you probably wouldn't even feel it. Those things are so heavy. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, they're huge, and yeah, they would notice something. When something odd happened like that, but they always have a different story of things and a cover story.
The official quote
Yeah.
unquote, the official story or something.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
always
there
have the bullshit story. What really happened?
Right, and there was times they said they know that they had been followed by the Russian sub for several days, and they just let it follow and watch it and see what it does.
Of course, it's yeah.
Well, yeah,
We
that's
all
the
know-
cat and mouse game that's been going on since the 50s, obviously. Yeah.
It's a shame too. I have met many a Russian, really nice people. Really
Well,
nice.
Russian brides mail order doesn't count, Larry.
No, Jimmy, I'm going to kick your ass. No, I was actually, my youngest daughter is actually Georgian, Georgian Russian. I met her here. She was here, citizen of the United States, everything else.
Larry, I
Happened
was joking. Are you serious? You really did.
No, I am serious.
Close
my
call.
youngest daughter is actually a Georgian American.
Larry, so, I mean, is it true, like, all the Russian mail order brides are really hot and eager to
Come on,
get over?
come on, Jimmy, come on.
Jimmy, I'm gonna I swear I'm gonna kick your ass, dude. Was very good looking. Things didn't work out. I have a young daughter, which is my youngest, which is going to be 9, December 7th of all days, of course, Pearl Harbor Day. Different culture, learning about different things. I've learned so much about overseas, the pond or around the plane, however you want to put it. I believe it's around the plane. They all see the same way we do. The population as a whole do not like authoritile. Like it. Nobody I've spoken with, and I've been on several different media outlets and stuff like that with regular chats and stuff. Nobody likes the authoritile. Can't find anybody who is like, oh yeah, I enjoy what they're doing. I want to vote for this person or something. Not there. It does not exist.
Well, they seem to educate their citizens a lot better than the U.S. does.
Well, only possibly to hate us or something. And I can understand why they would hate the U.S. citizen. I'm going to throw it out there right now. Guys like me or anybody else putting it out there. We don't enjoy this at all. Oh boy, yeah, I'm going to say no, I don't agree with any of this shit going on. Nothing. It's so far out there, and they just all like corral everybody into a group and say, okay, well, yeah, because we're here and we're going to go ahead and do this and do that. And really, no, not me. Don't include me in that group.
Well, we love the Russians. Everything's better in Russia, Larry. They do just about everything except cars. They do everything better than America.
Well, they get their cars from Germany. Come on.
Yeah, they got the Stolovs and the Yukovs and the Yugos and the Georgies, and yeah, they got some off-brand weirdo cars over there.
Yeah, it's just. Oh.
And what about the Volkswagen? I German or that is Russian?
Huh?
The Volkswagen. That is German or Russian, the Volkswagen.
Volkswagen?
Huh? The car, Volkswagen? Vehicle? Volkswagen. I never pronounce the name good or what?
Yeah, what? What about it?
Yeah, it's Russian or German?
It's Russian origin?
No, accent. Accent if it's Russian, if it's a Russian car or a German vehicle. A Russian vehicle or a German vehicle.
I think it's German, right?
German?
Pretty sure it's German.
Wait, which vehicle, Luke?
Volkswagen?
Volkswagen.
Yeah, that would be German. Yep.
Yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah, perfect Nugan.
Yeah, that's German for people's
German has
car.
some good vehicles. German have some good vehicles. Because I have a good vehicle. The Volkswagen.
Mm-hmm. Silence! I kill you! Perfect Nugan. Silence! No talkie. No talkie. I didn't mean you guys. I mean, go ahead and talk. I mean, just right around. That's great. Jimmy's doing his seance dance or something like that.
Oh, you can hear me?
No.
Drunk. Jimmy, you drinking?
No sobs drinking. No, I had the last of my booze against Saturday night. That was it. I even had a little bit of vodka left and threw it away.
Yeah, I have to buy some.
Yeah, you doing there?
I get bored with things. I conquered alcohol. I gotta move on to something heavier.
Hey, Stefan.
I don't know what you're
Hey.
doing. Just enjoy it.
Hi, Luke.
Oh, what's up? Debs.
Hey, Pillbox. Hey, Larry.
What's going on,
Hello.
Stefan?
Jibby and Brian.
Do it
Yeah,
in.
I just came back from Ontario. Spent the day in Ontario.
Oh, yeah?
I hear Tiago is a concave now.
Is he?
Yeah, look at
Oh,
this video.
what went wrong, Luke?
I don't know. I really don't know. But he's a concave. He's talking about it, saying the earth is concave. I don't really know what went on.
Boy, do I know how to pick him or what?
Wait a minute. The concave like LSC?
Yeah, LSD.
Oh boy.
LSD.
Oh.
LSD.
I've been in. Luke was in there a few times. I've been in there a few times too. I
gotta work on it, but I got myself some green stuff.
Oh,
comment
yeah,
on
man.
this video. I comment on this video and tell me, show me the curve. Show me the curve. I still don't see the curve. Yeah, you answer, man. You answer, man.
and he'll sit back and he'll be like, Luke, me. Don't resist me. I'm eating cheese and crackers, Luke. Cheese and crackers, Luke. Cheese and crackers.
Where would you be, Larry, without all my jokes?
I had them the same time you did, Jimmy. Give me a break.
Jimmy, I know you should do. You should make a channel mocking every single body and flat.
I was on a run there for a while.
Mock everybody. You know what that is? Mock everybody. Every single body.
I did Hero Shifter. I think I did it just about everybody. I don't think I could do Patricia or.
Just like and do Patricia.
I didn't do Mark, Patricia, Matt Boylan, and Dubé. I only do the low life flat earthers.
Oh, at one point, oh, he is a low life now. Antonio is a low life now. Eh?
Well, we're all low lights. You know,
What did Antonio do now? Tell me about the smiliest flat earther, Stefan. What did he do?
See, I predicted it from the get-go, from the first time they came out with it. I was on the private hangout, not the private hangout, but I mean the first Flat Earth after party. I was on there, and the whole time, man, I was seeing them both together, and I was seeing her from the hangout window, which is the same as the watch page window, because the watch page is usually not in 16:9. It's like a little square window. You can't see the person sitting next to them. You know, they're usually blocked off anyway. But, well, like, no, these two are not a couple. If they are, man, it's like, whoa. And see, yeah, it's broken up already. What, not even what?
So you're saying they broke up, Stefan?
Yeah.
He's already back.
Yeah, she's back in the States. She broke up with nighttime, yeah.
Man, there's so many things going on. How does this all happen and I miss it? Where's Agave? I mean, this needs further explanation.
Pillbox. You are such a juvenile. We have to upgrade you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just miss everything. Jibby doesn't send me updates or you know, what am I gonna do?
I just found out like yesterday.
I just got a whiff of this yesterday, actually the day before, just like that. Bing bang. That's it. Somebody
I know that was.
someone.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So now, let's say, so now there is a splitting. So let's evaluate this. So now there's going to be a splitting of two sides, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. And guess
okay,
what?
okay, go ahead.
Yesterday on the show, she did. Mark Sargent is actually back on the show, sort of. So they were all talking again. Everything was.
Right.
Well, this sounds like no. Well, let me just tell you this first of all: is that this has nothing to do with chivalry. This has 100% to do with normal human behavior. You know, this is how people act, and when people get a really big ego or a big head because they found something early on, or you know, because they think they're special. I mean, they just start making bad decisions, and they get ahead of themselves, and they get you know, and this is exactly what happens. So this is normal human behavior, and it's good to see that people are getting put in their places.
I never said there were shills about it. I was like, I tell right away. It's not going to work out.
Mr. Adam Jota pulled his channel and got off all social media and attacked Patricia before he left or something, from what I understand.
Yeah, I saw that. Do you know the exact reason or what he had heard, Jibby? Because I just saw him talking about it.
I did not get that far.
Yeah, I saw Chris Rock's video. Is that what? Because Adam's offline completely, so Chris Rock uploaded the video. I don't really understand what's going on, but I'm just trying to keep up.
I don't either. It was like there was a big battle and we didn't hear about it. I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't even hear that stuff. I don't know what happened with Adam or anything.
No.
Adam Joseph or Adam Doherty?
Right, that Adam. Oh, that Adam?
No, different Adam. Yeah,
oh,
yes, that Adam. we are still live, right? Okay.
A4 or emo?
Nope. No. Yeah. Emo. The emo. Sorry,
okay,
not the crazy Adam. The emo Adam. Yeah.
Okay.
A4. He's a nice crazy. For a crazy guy, I like him. A4.
Yeah, I had to make sure we had the right one here. But so something's gone wrong with that team up then, right? And emo is no more.
I guess she wasn't as beautiful as he said she was to him.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. Well, that's too bad.
Well, yeah, but you know what? That's the thing is that, I honestly can say now, though, because I've been watching Adam for a while, and I guess people are going to hear me say this, it does not matter. Larry will have to change the name to Flat Earth Gossip whenever you get a chance, but that's okay. Let me just say this for the fact of the matter is that I've watched this Adam Joseph Daughtry a couple times, and I liked his approach at first, but then I thought, wait a minute, there's a lot of problems here. But for him to admit he was wrong and to just take a break is the best thing for him. So good luck to him.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say what he was wrong
Take
about?
some time off.
Wrong about?
No, but he needs to take some time off. If this is getting to you so much that you're constantly crying on the internet, you need to get off. Trust me.
Well, that's because he's eating estrogen, literally. He must be.
No, and I'm not saying I'm disliking him at all. I'm not saying that I'm calling him any kind of name. I'm saying he's a human being, and he should not be in a place where he's constantly going back to the same issue, like I don't know how to say it without being insulting. He's got to do something different. He should take a break. So good for him.
Flat Earth in the Bible is not what causes him to get all emo. It's his diet and his way of thinking. He probably still watches TV. Who knows? But it's not going to go away by him getting offline. He's going to be watching a dog food commercial and start tearing up. He's not getting to the car.
Wow.
Sounds like you're paranoid. You sound like you really.
I wish I had a reason to make fun of him. I'm not trying to be mean right now, but you should not do those types of things. Listen, if I came on here as a Christian and said, okay, hey, guess what? 20,000 Christians that are on G Plus right now, I'm going to represent you. And then you saw me like crying over somebody I've never met in real life. You're going to go, who the hell is this guy? Why would he do that? That's just, you can't be doing that. Us Christians, I'm not a Christian because I'm a bitch. Okay. So, there's definitely an image problem as far as Christians on the internet, and there are many Christians that have serious issues, and there are many Christians that I've been lied to by Christians, so-called Christians, more than anybody. But you got to have a standard. You got to put on your armor of God, as it's called. This isn't for emotional shit. I'm sorry.
But it is food related. I can't tell you how many guys I know that are just like him. They'll call me up 2 o'clock in the morning crying. And I'm like, what is the problem? You're a Gulf War veteran. You're like, I'm like, are you watching TV? Yeah. Shut the TV off. It's like, and he eats,
exactly.
Just the worst shit. And I know another guy. He became so femmy, he went sterile and grew tits. And he cries all the time. Like, there's a lot of people I know that they grow boobs and they begin crying.
Don't be that mean, Jibby. Is there any reason why you would say that other than speculation?
No, these are facts. I've been studying this.
All right. Well, people don't eat the right things. That's true, but it's not just diet though. There's a lot of spiritual and mental. There's a lot of mental preparation for how you absorb information and do things in life. There's a lot of mental game in this.
The common factors I find with these guys are diet, television, and mama's boy. These seem to be common traits with the men that I know who are like that. I don't know if Adam's a mama's boy or not. I have no idea, but it's usually the diet. It's high estrogen, plastics, all that crap, and the television programming. They're watching something that tends to generate a lot of like strong emotion, and it gets displaced. So it comes out at weird times, and mama's boy. That's
watching too much news.
Makes them.
Probably watching too much news.
Yeah. Do not watch news. Do not. Yeah, that's just.
What's the internet not good for you?
I'm not saying that these are bad people, but they seem to be malfunctioning humans. They're not acting. They're acting as a result of their intake, be it visual intake, audio intake, food intake, water intake, that sort of thing. That's where the root is. You can eliminate everything from your life, and you're going to stand there homeless, still crying. You didn't get to it because you still have the same diet or whatever. You're still watching the same things. You got to get to the root of these things.
What's the worst thing for a man to eat, Jibby?
The worst?
What's the biggest problem that you could understand the diet? Yeah, related to the diet of the estrogen.
A hefty, brawny, hungry man's dinner, because that's going to be just saturated in estrogen. What they need to do is, I think, like Agave says, they need to get like Hello Kitty drinks and Hello Kitty foods, because that's going to be filled with testosterone. So they got it all backwards. They're trying to reverse the sexes.
Yep.
They're trying to turn us into bitches, and they're not like all women are bitches, but you know what I mean. And they're trying to turn women into men.
Yeah, see, there's problems with the theory here because being women and all, and I've had children, so there, I can guarantee, I can certify that I am female, and yet I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV in like 10 years. My diet's okay. It's not pristine, but it's okay. I eat meat.
But you act completely normal, and there's no, like, I can't say like there's something off about her. She doesn't act like a normal, regular, average woman. I can't say that about you. So, and plus you're a woman, so you're supposed to have estrogen. Men,
yeah, but I don't cry online, and I don't get upset about.
But you can.
This is an emotional. Okay, let's just skip to the fact. This is an emotional investment that somebody made that obviously they should not have, and it's a powerful lesson. And people are going to learn from their lessons, and they got to take time off. And that's all it comes down to. Some people come into this thinking it's something completely different, or they don't have certain experiences that would warn them about these things, or they think, oh, everything's so great. It's nothing but popsicles and lollipops and rainbows in the flat earth. I thought the same thing. The first day I was like, oh my God, I feel like Mary Poppins just dancing on top of the freaking buildings. Then I just go on top of roofs and I dance around, and I kick my legs. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. It's you can't do that. That's like I go on top of the house, Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins is surrounded by demons. There's a difference in real life.
Well, that's
so you go up there.
That's the thing too. Is all at first the flat Earth community is like all kumbaya and sing songs around the campfire. But if you have any experience in life at all, none of that ever lasts. That's the honeymoon phase. And that's why I did that thing comparing it to Christianity, because it's going through all the stages that we're familiar with, we have a lot more experience with for 2,000 years. And you just knew what to expect because of that. And of course, then it happens, everything gets shattered. And then it's not as inclusive as we were led to believe. Nobody's as tolerant as they said they were. We Christians are used to that, not being tolerated. And so that's not any kind of surprise to us. At least it shouldn't be. It just was bound to happen.
I feel bad for like gay Christians, man. Gay black Christians, especially in America.
Or the gay black Jew Christian, which is really the biggest issue. Yeah.
Now, so you kind of got protection there, yeah.
Isn't that funny, Luke? We get away with saying that. Funny, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's like minority within a minority within a minority. It gets shunned.
This is Listen, the ultimate minority,
and that on top of it. Yeah.
The ultimate minority, yeah, and that's the thing. I realized something today. I realized this today, and I finally put the 2 cents in between my ears. I rubbed them together. And I realized there is a consensus because, we constantly hear these things from these psychopathic globe heads about, all these people are on a conspiracy, or everybody else is wrong, or you telling me that all these people that believe in the ball are fooled. It's like, you can't find one heliocentric person to agree with the next. You have no consensus. The only consensus is the flat earth. Every single one of you ball believers believes in a different ball religion that doesn't mix with the next idiot. The only consensus is the flat earth, period. I just realized it today.
Yes, and even just the basic things like where the exosphere begins and ends, and the thermosphere and things like that. Like, you'll get different numbers from different sources, and it almost seems like it's on purpose. And the number of moons Saturn and Jupiter have, that used to change monthly back when I was coming up. I just gave up trying to keep track of an accurate number because I was getting different numbers from different places. How can you not know the exact number of moons, but you can see 17,000 exoplanets or whatever? Like, but you don't know how many.
Well, it's not real.
Yeah.
It is not real, so I can make it up.
Well, how fast are we going, Jibby? How fast in the heliocentric model are we moving right now? If you ask 12 different globe heads, you'll get 12 different sometimes 13 or 14
Right,
different
because they're
answers.
not
Because the
getting
same person will
regular
contradict
updates.
himself in a 5-minute period and say, well, actually, we're going this fast. But you can't get any of these people to. It is literally like watching snakes swallow themselves. When you're discussing this with a room of globe heads, they don't even agree with anything the next person. If you were to ask them at the same time and write down their answers, which they won't do, they won't discuss this among each other, because every time they get contradicted and they don't want to seem like they don't agree, so they say, yeah, that's right, that's what I believe. They don't even know what the next person, right next to them believes or thinks. They contradict themselves more than we could ever contradict. They contradict themselves. There is no show me two globe, people out there yelling at, flat earthers. Show me two of them that agree on everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny about the whole how fast is the Earth going thing is that it doesn't even matter, because if everything's moving, then it's irrelevant. If the relative positions of the Earth and the stars and whatever, that's what matters, relative position. And if they're all moving at this breakneck speed, so what?
Well, there is one problem, though, because just like the teacups at Disneyland, they are not moving at a consistent speed. If you think something is spinning around something else, if you think the Earth is spinning around a sun that's also spinning around a galaxy, we are not going a consistent speed. We are constantly back and forth, left and right, every 24 hours, changing speeds drastically from probably 50 million miles an hour to maybe 1 million, all the way down to less than 1 million miles an hour. When that Earth turns in that model and it's coming around, there is a centrifugal force factor that's going to be multiplied. So the weights and measures and all the math would constantly be changing. And you're going to tell me that the people in the teacups don't feel it? They can barely hold on. I could barely hold on. I was 46 pounds when I went to was it Disneyland with my dad. I weighed like 50 pounds. I almost flew off.
Yeah,
because I was so skinny I couldn't sit in the damn chair.
On those damn things, man. Don't bring up the teacups.
Oh, you got sick, Larry? Really? You got sick?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Well, apparently we can be on the Earth teacup at 150 million miles an hour, and it's no problem. You won't notice the calm lake,
Gravity. Gravity.
Oh, that's
so gravity constantly changes and oscillates and varies. Gravity just magically changes to every single movement I do, so that it just seems like we're always perfectly stationary. And then I love what my friend goes, well, how do you explain the tides? I'm like, well, how do you explain a lake not moving with the tides? Genius.
Yep.
Where do you want to go with it? Where do you want to go with it? We have 100,000 lakes on the Earth that are not moving. So magically, the lakes don't have to abide by the sun and moon, but the rest of the water and the oceans do, but not these ones. Don't worry about it.
No,
Sorry, I'm
they're
correct.
exempt.
After Bill Mike said that, he said, "Yeah, explain it to me, genius." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, no shit. Oh, agave. Oh man, I hate this guy. Get him out of here.
We have to deal with it.
Agave's
Agave is a shill. Agave is the only real shill confirmed, and he actually proved it because his real name is Dr. Fasnarzy, and he's admitted this months ago.
Now, see, maybe get upset and take off and hide, and the camera's all dark and yeah.
So.
No, but the best devil worshippers, because if you hear the speed of the Earth, 66 miles, 66,000 miles, or some kind of miles like that, and everything is 66666. You can worship in Satan.
No, they don't know that, Luke. They don't know what they're supposed to believe, Luke. They don't know. They don't know that they're supposed to believe that. They don't know that.
And that's
But they have it all
hard
figured out.
science.
Guaranteed. Trust them.
That's what science depends on, the ever-changing reality. It has to be different tomorrow because we are so adaptable to the evidence itself, even though it's not evidence, it's math or whatever somebody handed down from above. And so they pride themselves on their ever-changing reality, and so they can make it something else tomorrow. They can make square Earth tomorrow if they want, and it's all good.
They can see the Earth moving at 5 miles per hour, and then they make a difference. They will still believe it.
Evolution and revolution.
Yeah, Pagave, what's up?
man. Yeah.
Long time no
Hey,
see.
good night, Derek Gavi. You
Hang
doing?
on. Here it comes. My
Here it
computer just the hamsters had to catch up. Hold on. There we go.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
No, everything started glitching when Agave came in because he's a shill. I told you.
It's true.
He's a being
And
not
there's a whole government office right behind me. You can't see.
Where all the top secret stuff is? Is that where Nort stays?
Yeah,
just
that's
CIA
right.
officers standing right
Oh.
outside the door.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
where's Gnort?
We're affiliated
Gnort?
with all the other shills, and Gnortz is definitely lurking about.
Shield
Oh,
below.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
we
where
got-
he's been
She'll
hiding.
be coming around the mountain when she'll come.
Haven't seen him lately.
Be coming around the mountain when she can.
That's the story of Nibiru.
She'll be coming around the mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain.
Shall we
She'll
shield
be coming around the mountain.
or shall we not shield? Shield or not to shield? That is the question.
Shield or not to shield? That is the question, huh? We have to write. Ask the proper question. Oui, oui.
I watched a NASA live footage this evening, and
Oh no, the
If
the
you
candy
watch-
cane and the Christmas tree up the asshole, you know?
Oh, don't say candy cane to Jibby.
it was a live feed of the earth. It was a live feed of the earth, and if you see the curve on that earth, if you see how small the earth looks, you should see the curve on that earth. I can't believe people are not seeing it. And you're seeing it, it's a curve lens they're using. It's one of them fish eye lens they're using. Because if an object in front of the camera, that's not a curve. You're not seeing it. So I think, well, that is the curve of the earth.
Okay.
Yeah, so I throw this shit out of that.
So what's the plan? How fast are we going? I missed that part. I want to know how fast I'm going.
Yeah, we're waiting. How fast can we get a globe believer or somebody nice like Charles that puts a nice smile on those pieces of shit answers for us so we can figure out how fast we're moving? I want to know the maximum speed. Wait a minute, Larry. Larry, write this down. Larry, write this down. I want to know the maximum speed the Earth is traveling at the equator, at the apex of the turn around the sun, and I want to know how fast that side is also moving when it reaches the polar opposite 24 hours later. I want to know the differential of the two speeds. So when somebody's ready to answer that question, please let us know so we can have a laugh.
1,038, 66.6 miles, 1,000 miles per hour. It's,
Right.
about a-
So now we have to multiply that by a ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on one side, and we have to have a perpendicular polar opposite side with a completely different speed measurement.
Exactly. There we go.
Well, how
Watch out,
fast is it? What's the? How about the average? Just give me was the average speed, the speed of which the Earth travels around the sun. What is the average speed?
About 900 for the average amount of people, like the strongest clusters of people and where they live. I think on that latitude or whatever they may be experiencing, around 900 or so, give or take 20.
Well, that's the spinning of the Earth.
Right.
Actually, no. The average speed is 33rd degree on a
33,333.33. Yep.
Yep, 33 and a third.
13,000 times 13.
Yeah, exactly. It's not good. It's not good. No.
We need Russian vids to do the math for us.
Orange is the answer.
Orange.
Well, the answer in this textbook says kill yourself. So I guess I'll go ahead and do that instead. Yeah, sorry about that. If you teach this, I'm sorry, this is the when it really comes down to this, if you're teaching this to children, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
You are in deep, deep trouble. I'm warning you right now. You have got to make a change in your life. If you are teaching this to children, you have got to think about what you're saying. Please,
Think of the
people.
children, yes.
Well,
Yeah, don't just talk about the children. Let's actually not lie to children, because that's why I'm here. These people lied to me for a long time, and that's why. So if you want more pillboxes, keep lying to the children, because they're going to catch up with your ass eventually.
Pillbox. The thing is with them, if the whole world believe something, that is true to them. No matter who say it's not true, it's true to them. If the whole world say, a dog have 3 feet, then a dog have 3 feet. No matter if you're saying 4 feet of the dog have 3 feet because the whole entire world say the dog have 3 feet. That is how stupid, that is how foolish the knowledge of the world is right now.
You're absolutely right. People are going to believe what they want to believe. When they get on the internet, they get on the internet because they're already so smart. They already have it figured out enough that clearly everybody wants to hear what they have to say, so they're going to join the internet to tell everybody what they have to say in the first place. You know, so if you got to realize that the people you're dealing with here are not normal human beings. If you're talking to internet atheists that swear because cats make different colored kittens, that's proof that they came from a monkey, then you are not going to have an easy time explaining things like entropy and the concept of a straight line to these people. You're talking to someone that already believes he's a monkey on a ball. So unless that person wants to be honest with themselves, why would I waste my time with them?
They might have redeeming qualities other than, knowledge of astronomy and the heliocentric model.
Well, that's the thing, Jibby. As far as where I've been at now, and because of my experiences, not that I have it all figured out, but I could tell by the person's eyes or the first sentence that comes out of their mouth where the conversation's going to go, and if they're going to lie to me, I'll know it literally within seconds, just because of how many, literally hundreds of thousands of times I've talked to people and I've been lied to. And that's what this comes down to. My point is, I'm not going to waste 8 hours talking to someone who wants to be a monkey on a ball. I will spend 8 hours telling somebody else who goes, you know what, that might be way better to be a human being on a special existence instead of a germ on a rock. Then I'm going to go, hey, no problem. Here it is. Look, why don't you open your Bible up? What does it say here? Why would it, yada, yada. But people got to be honest with themselves first. It has nothing to do with evidence.
So that's one thing I have trouble explaining sometimes, is why I don't want to talk to somebody who's an atheist or evolutionist or whatever. It's just because I know where it's going to go. And I know it's a waste of time. And they just think, oh, I can't make an argument. Well, yeah, I can, but I have in the past, but anymore, I got a really short fuse for that sort of thing, because they don't care what the truth is. Like I told Jimmy once, I said, some people want to search for the truth, but not find it.
Yeah.
People make up their mind. If the people who don't already make up their mind, you can't tell them what to do. Them don't already make up their minds, so you leave them to whatever they want to think of and talk of and discuss.
Right.
Let them keep that.
And it all comes down to how honest they want to really be with themselves. Never mind with anybody else. It's just with themselves. Until they can do that, and then forget.
There's a lot of people.
That's correct.
There's a lot of people with cemeteries in their closets, and they don't want to face judgment if there is a creator who's going to do all that. And a lot of people will fight it and just want their reality of the ball, and God forgot about them, so they can sin or do whatever they want to anybody and have no consequences. A lot of people who have a whole list of consequences already definitely don't want the earth to be flat. Definitely. It's not in their best interest at that point.
Now that's true, but it gets worse. Where it gets scary is, why would somebody that I've known for months, who is a Christian, who maybe I've known on the internet for a while, and there's been many of them, why would somebody like that is a Christian, that says, I believe in the Bible, I don't care what the truth, and then I bring up this subject, and again, Rand Campbell explains this as the pepper spray of truth. When you pepper spray even a God believer, you are going to put that person to the test right now. We are going to see if you are for real or not right now. You call yourself a Christian, we'll put that name to the test. Here's the flat earth. Now what? And guess what? They fail over and over again. And it is so easy. It's like having a plow in front of my Dodge truck, Jibby, and people just fly out of the way. It's just like plowing through people, and they're not going to be in your way anymore. So my problem isn't just, again, my point is I'm not just going to not waste my time with atheists. I'm not going to waste my time with a so-called God believer, because that's even worse. You're telling me that you're a God believer, especially you're going to use the Bible that I use, and you're going to tell me that I'm reading it wrong? You need to get slapped.
Well, Pillbox, you spend a lot of your time talking to other Christians and folks of your like mind. Now, I do not, but when I came into Flat Earth, I noticed that the majority of Flat Earthers, in my opinion, are Christians.
Exactly right. Yes, Jibby, that's true.
That seems.
Here's one for you, Pillbox.
I've had so many Christians as friends in my life.
That's a great point. You're absolutely right. Christian, and that's one great thing about this is that Christians, no matter what any of these really popular flat earthers have to say, Christians are this movement. That's where this movement. Rather, you are not a Christian, Jibby or Larry. You might not call yourself that, but that's who you hang around with for a reason.
Well, and I told him before, anybody, not just him, but anybody before, that it's a natural thing for me, at least because as a young Earth creationist, I'm used to being on the wrong side of public opinion and being ridiculed for what I believe,
Yes.
by atheists and evolutionists all the time. It's no big thing to have everybody think you're a nut or an idiot or ignorant or whatever name they want to call you. But so it was like, oh, flat Earth, okay, I'll look at it. It looks good to me. No problem. I'm still going to be called the same names.
No, exactly. I was already called crazy for years. What were you going to say, Agave?
Two little old black ladies showed up on my porch. They're Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, boy.
I asked them if they believed that the earth was a globe or flat like the Bible says it is.
Ha.
What do you think they said?
Oh, boy.
I think that's awesome that you said that. That's all I know is that's awesome that you asked them that.
Well, they were about 60, 70 years old. You couldn't ask for two nicer little old ladies on the porch. Anyway, they said flat instantly. Didn't even question it.
No way.
Yes, I said flat.
Hey, we're in Quebec here, man. We're trying to wake up.
Wow. Hey, wait. The tides have turned. Oh, man, these Globers
Then
are
they
so
asked me
doomed.
if I wanted to come join them on Sunday, and I said, no, I will not be worshiping in any temples on a pagan Sunday. Thank you.
Man, that's
Now,
crazy. But
See, I would tell my relatives this, and they'll say, see, it's this cult, the Jehovah's Witnesses, that believes the Earth's flat. You're crazy.
No, I'll bet you that those two were a small amount. I wouldn't say all of them
Santos
are.
Bonacci was Jehovah's Witness.
All of them don't believe that. All of them won't believe that. Some of them probably might. But okay,
Rebels coming all for it.
Well, they're not as mental as like Mormons or something that believe that Joseph White and all that crap. But
Joseph Smith, yeah. Well, they're pretty
Smith,
mental,
White,
though,
whatever.
anyway. They have some pretty crazy beliefs, too. So.
yeah, Luke
Yeah,
calls
they're-
him Joseph White, too. I don't know why.
You know what? I don't know why I've said that more than once actually.
I think we're going to change the name now. Joseph White was his name. Thank
Okay.
you. Good. Done.
Well, so many.
Listen, I'm not going to. If they're allowed to change history, I'll change the name.
That's
history. His
right.
name is Joseph White. Go
Fair,
ahead.
fair.
Bastards.
A lot of them have changed their names along the way, so it's not uncommon.
Well, his name is Joseph White. Yeah.
You have to have a war first.
And most people don't know Jehovah's Witnesses used to be called Russellites after Charles Taze Russell.
Yeah, I know that.
So,
I
yeah.
know that.
A lot of people don't, though. They don't want to be called that. They don't want to be reminded of him because he perjured himself in a court of law when he claimed to have translated from Greek, and he couldn't even name the letters of the Greek alphabet. So they kind of backed away slowly from him.
I shall be known as Luke 42 now. So there we go.
Okay.
What's going on with this?
Well, just change your screen name, Larry, and it's done.
No, I won't. I won't. No, I won't do it. I won't. I won't do it. It's only
My name was changed.
Well, I know because you're weird.
God bless being weird. Let me tell you, thank God.
I know, Pillbox. That's why I love you, man.
Weird means different, and different means unique, and unique means special.
My last name is actually translated to different. JB, how'd you know?
I'm learning everybody's last name today. Let me tell you.
Different. Now, Larry, what does different remind you of? An old advertisement from, let's say, think of a 90s advertisement for a truck or something.
Think Different was a Macintosh.
AMC Pacer.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't
so
dodge
close,
the issue.
so-
Right? Just don't dodge the.
different.
Don't dodge.
The issue. Don't dodge the.
Wait. It was the '94 Dodge pickup.
Yeah, man. The first year they started that ad campaign. Different, isn't that? That's badass. Let me tell you.
Did I get that correct? There we go.
That's when Satan
Yeah.
took over with the Ram.
Oh shit. It's but listen now. Here's
It's
the
a
funny
male
thing,
sheep.
though.
Okay.
Exactly. It is a sheep. It is not a goat. It is a sheep.
I know. I just like to tease you.
I know, and I will bite every time. Dobby.
He does too. It's kind of like playing with your Oscar in the fish tank, just teasing him in there.
Exactly.
It's like I had a damn cat that only likes me, and then people go over to pet it. Well, watch out! Don't touch it.
Shit, that sounds like bad.
Do you have an alarm system on your truck, Pillbox?
Yeah, if it starts, everybody will hear it.
No, I mean nobody. If some dirty rat snake shows up in the middle of the night, you're not gonna know.
No, they can vandalize it, and I won't know. But if the truck starts, everybody will know.
By the way, Pillbox, your truck is gone now.
Yeah, he wanted to know before he broke in.
I
Started.
swear it was here
distracted so you're
earlier.
not
I swear
looking
to
out the
God, it was right
window.
here. It was right here an hour
Don't
ago.
look outside
Shit.
yet.
Damn Stargate.
The Stargate's closed for the winter up here. I'm sorry. I've made the final pass with the Zamboni and the leaves with my lawnmower Zamboni machine, and that's it. It's all over.
Nope, all blue skies over here.
Now I'm gonna pay $200 for a piece of white plastic to put over my car tent this year.
Why? Because you have the beige one and they don't want, right?
No, I mean I need a new toile there. I need a new tempo tarp. The new top. I ripped it down last year because it was old and shitty. But this thing's plastic, for God's sakes, and it's like, it's $200+ for this piece of plastic. It's just incredible that it's.
Yep.
It's a piece of plastic. I think I might just go out there and use Saran wrap. Go to the dollar store. $100 worth of Saran wrap.
Back when America had factories, you could just go out to the dumpsters of said factories and usually grab pretty much in brand new condition whatever they were making that was slightly off, thrown away. I lived near places that made fabric.
It'll probably take you about.
Fabric and
take you
tarp.
about 200 rolls anyway.
Free pickings. You want some free pickings. Those are always the best.
Well, you know what? If I had a sewing machine, I would make my own, but I'm not that type. But and speaking of throwing away, you just reminded me. I saw an article today about Walmart here in Canada, somebody who works there, and they said you would not believe the amount of food that goes in the dumpster in the back. You wouldn't even believe it. Like, just as soon as it touches the expiry date there, boy, it's goners. And I mean, it's perfectly good food, and there was people who were literally living off the Walmart dumpster and keeping track. And some lady claims that over 6 months she took about $20,000 worth of groceries out of the Walmart dumpster, and everything was perfectly fine. Not one bit of it was damaged, bruised, old, used up, whatever, moldy. All kinds of things. Ice cream and stuff. Like, how the fuck are you telling me ice cream expired? Really?
No way.
Well, the milk.
I shit you not. I saw it was like a whole pallet full of crappy ice cream because it was Oreo mint flavor or some shit nobody eats.
It's actually true. April's not back yet. She'll be home soon, I think.
Where is she? At the Walmart? In the dumpster?
No, she's not at the dumpster. She's on her way back from work, but they have to throw it out. They actually throw it out. And I'm like, well, why don't you, donate it or do something with it?
No,
well, no, they
claim it's too expensive to get an employee to do all this. I'm thinking bullshit. You could get one guy whose job, just 40-hour-a-week job, is logistics on that food, and all he's got to plan for is the night crew putting it in a certain refrigerated location on a pallet, and all he's got to do is find the places to come and pick it up. He doesn't have to send it anywhere. They're going to come and get it. Those.
Exactly.
If you organize it correctly with those groups, they'll send people with a car, a van, or whatever it takes to come and grab as much of that shit as possible. At least to use as much as possible to go to somebody that really needs it. I mean, I don't understand. The logistics are there. It's not that difficult. I mean, even if somebody would volunteer to do it, for God's sakes.
There's actually a couple soup kitchens that do this right now in Montreal. All they'd have to do is just make a couple tours at the Walmart.
They have their own problems, though, Stefan. They can't take food that's cooked. They can't take food that's processed by another human. They can't, they have to do all the processing of it and so forth. Like, you can't send over a baked lasagna, okay? They won't take that. You understand? Like, there's certain restrictions to everything now because everybody has to have a rule on everything. Exactly. It's bullshit, and more bullshit on top of bullshit. Either way... somebody with a brain has to show up sooner or later and say, enough of this bullshit. Here's hungry people over here, here's food over here. All we have to do is get A and B together. It's not that fucking difficult, and they'll go out of their way, these people, to stand in a line and wait and do whatever to get their free stuff. I tell you right now.
Well, it's just like with that video we were watching one day of the cars that they were smashing up. Perfectly good cars.
Yeah, all the BMWs. Yeah, little defect, this and that.
All my little Mini Cooper car parts that I need.
Well, look, I'll tell you right now, if they scrape down the side they scrape up one of those cars, they literally write it off, which is the most silly thing in the world. You should take that slightly cosmetically damaged car. I don't give a shit if it makes your car brand company look bad or whatever. It makes the driver look bad. Doesn't make the car company look bad. Put it on the fucking lot on the side there. Used damaged cars, new used damaged cars. I guarantee those cars will sell first. I promise you. If you say this is not well, that's just it. They don't like that. But at the same time,
they want you to overpay for the new car.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, overpay for the new car. By the way, I have heard some of Paula's escapades with her Mini Cooper, and they're not pretty. So if you see a Mini Cooper coming down the road,
shoot it. No.
There was some hose bag the other night, like in his Mini Cooper, and the guy was trying to drive fast on the straightaway, and I come to this curvy part where I love to rip on through there, and I have a freaking piece of shit, and the shocks aren't even that good on my car, and I'm going like 3 times the speed he is by the time we get into the corner, because he's a sissy, and he shouldn't have bought that thing.
Oh, I know how to drive.
And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that's right. I was thinking to myself, if Paula was here, she'd show you how to drive, buddy. That's
right. Give me some nice ass curves. I love
got one of those too.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law's got one, convertible one.
Should have let your mother drive.
He drives like a grandma too.
I drive like a maniac.
Paula drives pretty well. I'm quite sure she'll probably kick her ass.
Those things hold the road pretty darn well, man. They're so
they do.
low to the ground.
They're fun.
Boy, those things, they
it's like a go-kart.
Yeah, but it's a problem because you get in trouble, and that's my problem. If I have a good car, I've had lots of nice cars, and I get in trouble in all of them. And then now I have a regular standard vehicle that most people drive, so I look normal driving around, and I don't attract attention, and I drive at a normal speed because it's a 2.2-liter engine, and I can bury my foot into the floor all day if I want.
My problem is I get stuck in stop and go. There's a construction that's the state motto here is construction, and you get in the stop and go all the time. That's no fun in stick shift. And the car wants to go. I put it in first. I got to sit there and ride the clutch. and it wants to go, and I'm like, I can't keep it in gear because
10
it wants
feet.
to go too fast.
Well, it's the car's fault. It's the car's fault.
Yeah, it's the car's fault.
The car's fault. The
No,
car
it's the
wants
stupid
to go.
construction people's
Maybe
fault.
your idle is a little high.
What is it with construction too?
The
Like
mechanic.
in this
I
year,
know.
it's
Okay.
2016. They still have not formulated any type of product that can go on the road that doesn't deteriorate in like 9 months. It's ridiculous. How come we can't
Oh,
make
yeah.
some street technology that lasts for a little while? Because here in Montreal,
Oh,
like we've had this crazy
yeah.
construction summer. Did you notice, Stefan, this summer has been insane? And I've just
Yep.
drove downtown tonight. I came back. Man, every road is still shit. Here's the funnier part. They repaved all of part of Gouin, and they had it closed the whole summer. They finally opened half of it now, and they still haven't done the other half. So I'm thinking, man, it's going to snow any minute, you clowns. You better get on it. But anyway, I'm driving on the brand new asphalt. I'm thinking this will be nice and smooth driving on home. And it feels like
Right.
I'm on an alligator's back. Okay, I'm hitting all kinds of stuff and waves and dips. And then I notice at a couple points on the road, like usually they slope it from the center out to the edge of the road a little bit, so that you have that runoff for rain. And then the car, if you fall asleep, the car will swerve into the ditch, not into oncoming traffic and all that stuff. The thing is all wavy and dippy and flippy, and I'm like, man, I don't know who did this, but I wouldn't pay the bill. I know that.
The highway, the interstate out here, just less than a mile from our house. As soon as you get on it, it's like you said, the back of an alligator. It's brand nice new surface and everything.
Well, you guys
Right.
is mostly cement over there in the States,
You guys should see India Road.
though. Right,
Terrible.
Paul?
Yo, you need a Jeep where you live. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need a moped. Is good
Yeah.
in Jamaica and Trinidad.
No. We have some good roads in Trinidad. So you see India. India have the most terrible roads in the world.
Yeah.
You need an elephant there, right, Luke?
Yeah, you need elephant.
An elephant.
Elephant better.
I don't think there's many elephants in Trinidad.
Oh, I thought he said India. I'm sorry.
Nah, India. India, I ain't talking about Trinidad.
Elephant, yeah.
Trinidad has some good roads.
What, you
road
moved to
good
India?
there. So it's good. No, still in Trinidad. I ain't going so far.
Okay. I thought maybe you abandoned ship and you said that Trinidad's too dangerous. I have to go to India.
Nah, India was because India they don't really like black people, so.
No, it would be easier if you came to my house. I could hide you here. Don't worry.
Uh,
The
India
water's
like-
bad there too, Luke. You don't want the water there.
Water
Don't drink-
bad.
Don't drink.
They can't even boil it and drink it. They pee in it.
Well, they drinking your pee is supposedly good. Then they should be okay.
Oh
No, the water that they use for their systems in India is actually also used for the decomposition of human bodies, as they ritualistically put the dead bodies in the river as well. So
Yep, nasty stuff.
might want to watch out there.
Floating on by there while you're trying to wash your clothes.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding. Literally.
No wonder why it has so much disease in India. You cannot
Yeah, you
water.
can't
Yeah,
drink
but
the-
who
if you
cares?
go
This is
there-
the first world.
Yeah, if you don't bring your own water there, you have like a 50% chance of dying.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to be accustomed.
Oh, yeah,
we think we
probably.
got it bad, People here are such sissies. Just wait until the shit hits the fan. Whee!
Yeah. Yep.
Ooh, that's icky. I'm not touching that. Give me some Purell on my hands. I just touched the shopping cart. Oh, we're dead as shit.
That's just sad.
It is sad.
It is sad. I know.
That is
I know.
bugs.
I see it all the time.
That is bugs in I think it happens in Trinidad, but you ain't gonna find it. You only find it like if you're close to the forest and thing. It's just small bugs. If it go on your hand, it'll bore in your skin and lay eggs. And the larvae will come out and will eat out your skin and infect your whole, wherever part of your body it's going into. Like if it go in your hand, it will infect your whole hand. and pour holes in your hand, it'll be like maggots in your hand. But
You know what fixes that?
Yeah. Well, that's
Hack
hard
it
to
off
fix.
with a machete.
Yeah. I didn't even to fix that.
You're chopping off your arms and your feet. And your
I
legs.
didn't even to fix that. They're eating away your hand.
I mean,
I forget the name of the bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of all laugh and joke, and there are serious things going on around the flat plane that are very serious. You know,
Yep.
very serious. Luke is not kidding. He's not kidding at all. He's like, just cut your hand off. Oh, it's
Yeah.
terrible. Terrible shit going on. Why?
Terrible.
I don't know, Larry. Let's get back into the flat Earth gossip, though, since we had a good start earlier.
Just Patricia.
I mean, we might as well get it out of the way and discuss it here, so we're not called, doing it behind, doors and secretly discussing it. So we might as well just put it all out in the open, and I think we'll get some residual later. What do you think?
Yeah, we need some drama.
Collateral damage. There'll be a little collateral damage, but you know what? Jesus had no secrets. Let's hear it.
Fun hangout without talking about me, can you?
No comment. All right.
Next video coming soon.
What
Shit.
Resist me.
Well, I just want to know. I mean, I want to know what side am I supposed to be on here? Am I supposed to be on the Antonio Bash Christians side, or am I supposed to be at Let's Make Coffee and Tea with Aunt Patty's side? I want to know what side I'm supposed to be on here. You know what I mean? I want to talk to these guys. They need a counselor. I think I'd be a great counselor for them.
Yeah, how much do you charge? It can't. Yeah, I agree with that. Send the invoice.
Yeah, I mean, the first session's free. It's on me. We'll have a nice discussion. We'll record it live on air.
that question's easy to answer. It's just be on your side.
And I'll bet Jimmy can do a really good Dr. Phil voice, too. That would be awesome.
He's very soothing.
The problems when you were a kid and your mom told you this land, and so you're gonna have to do this.
Well, am I allowed? Well, how about this way for you guys? Am I allowed to watch Patricia Steer now, or no? I'm still not allowed to watch Patricia Steer's show. Or am I allowed to? Am I allowed to watch Antonio's show or Nathan, or am I allowed?
Let me call and ask.
Yeah, can we? I need to get some. I just want a clearance. Now, if there's confusion.
Okay,
I'm talking in general. In general.
It's for knowledge purposes. So yeah, go for it. Just
I don't
make sure
care.
it's for knowledge.
No, actual knowledge, not the God knowledge.
Actual knowledge.
And send out a message or something like that, and it's like, hey.
Yeah, Intel secret.
Well, listen. Here's the deal. Here's what this comes down to: is that Aunt Patty and Antonio certainly owe us some sort of marriage relationship counseling for the flat Earth, so we could see what went wrong here, and we could part ways and be friends.
Well, it never off to begin with.
I mean, this is just not a good image for flat Earth. I don't like relationships breaking up so early. That doesn't set a good standard.
Impossible.
Well, in the realm of good standards, there's some conversations that's been going on in other channels lately that just, make me cringe.
Let's do the opposite of that.
Yeah, there's some things that I don't want to know. I guarantee you there's a lot of things I don't want to know, but I just, I do want to know some things like what went wrong?
Right.
What changed your mind? How does that happen so quickly? How do you, who screwed up? I just want to know because I would like to be able to hear somebody and go, okay, I'm listening to this person because this didn't or did happen, or I don't, if I don't know, I could be listening to somebody that, flipped out and did something really crazy and caused, I would just like to know who the hell I'm listening to.
Most likely him.
It looked like Antonio was pretty rough in some way to Patricia, because every time I see Patricia and Antonio together, Patricia does not look happy.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. That's what I'm saying.
So whatever has been going on, when the door closed and we're not seeing,
Oh, you solved it, Luke. Yep, you solved it, Luke. He was a smoker, and she was only going to put up with that for a few weeks. So
That too. And his attitude like became really, really
Oh,
freaking
smoker
weird.
versus non-smoker? That is not going to work.
They boil everything. When they cook, they boil everything over there.
Well, I hate to admit this. I really hate to admit it. Not that it's a bad thing. I just feel weird not, hating on people because when you're on the internet, you have to hate everybody. But I've never had a problem. Well, yeah. Here's the deal. I've never had a problem with Aunt Patty, even though I've not always agreed with her. I don't hate her. I don't dislike her. I don't, have any reason to say that she's done anything wrong to me. I've never seen her do anything wrong to anybody. So I have no right to. I have no right. I have no right to say that she did anything.
Antonio somehow are no longer together. You're saying.
Yeah,
that's what they're telling me, and I'm just trying to figure out what the hell went wrong exactly. Yep.
Now that seems as weird as hell.
He's back in the States.
Pillbox maybe.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's because England sucks.
Yeah, you
I've
get
been
to
there.
England, you're like, holy shit, I gotta get the hell out of this cesspool of demons.
I've been to England. I've been to Edinburgh Castle in Scotland.
And everything's small over there. And if she's used to space, man, you don't go to England because there is no space. Everything's tiny. There's no room.
Oh, it's shit. It's gloom.
Oh yeah,
it's shit.
Yeah.
It's original slave town. I mean, that's old school slave town.
It's actually pretty cool. We got like
for a week or so, but after that you go back home.
we got like nine people watching. It's all us.
Perfect. Still private.
Good, because I'm gossiping the entire night, Larry. I don't want anybody to hear this shit.
I do.
I'm talking shit, and I'm doing the introduction of the Opposites Day, Jibby and Agave, where I'm just talking shit the whole day today. That's all I'm doing. I'm getting it out of the way.
Here we go.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I'm totally mesmerized at the moment watching how it's made. So.
Oh, one of the last good shows of the Illuminati. It was a good one.
That's the one on railroad.
Well, they're making saw blades. Something I use often is a saw blade, and I've seen how they were made before, but I've seen this 3 times, and I still am amazed.
Yeah, let's see
amount of
how
work.
it's made. How do they make big bridges? Let's see what they adjust for the curvature. Yeah, where does
I
it
heard
go through the whole show?
Somebody quoted MythBusters today somewhere, and said something
Poor
to
slave.
the effect of MythBusters had tested this or that. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, thanks for giving me the warning not to waste any more intelligence on you. Shit, those idiots. My dad used to make fun of those ass clowns before I knew anything. My dad was like, man, these guys are so stupid. He used to make fun. You go, nice hat, jackass. Fucking idiots. Got a mustache
it's
and a
fun
hat.
watching. The regular physics is fine.
Hooray.
The smashing shit up, it's okay, but
All their conclusions were wrong. It was like watching
shut up.
amateurs every day. So stupid. Well, when you run, you get more rain on you. Actually, you get less rain on you when you run. When you stand still, you get... Okay. Oh, then they did the moon... Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah, then they do the moon landing one, and it's like, you can't be this stupid.
The moon landing one, that turned me away from them completely.
Well, you can see it in their. They were lying. Like,
They're so full of shit.
Especially the redheaded one. you
dude,
know?
the moon blows
I don't
my
know.
mind, man. The people are showing the video of stars in the dark side of the moon there, and the dark area of the moon is just incredible. I mean, it's ridiculously ridiculous. Something is weird.
Jibby, you better keep your eye on that moon, Jibby. With that, you'll be able to see better with that camera zooming in. You might be lucky enough to see a star through the moon, which I've heard of many accounts of this. So I can't see it good enough.
Yes.
I will capture everything that there is to capture, and I'll do it live if people want, so we can trust what we're seeing for once. That's why.
There's no moon, by the way. The last couple nights, is that right? New moon now, or what's going on?
I don't know.
Sure, I'd have to check.
Yeah, I've been watching it. No, it's not totally. Maybe.
The moon, not new moon yet. It's still kind of peace on the moon, you know.
I usually do my shoot the moon on Monday or Tuesday or stuff, and I forgot to do it. I was busy doing stuff, but I didn't see it today. So was it daytime moon, or is there some moon, or is it new moon right now? Because it's near the end of the month, so.
Early morning moon. Early morning moon.
I have to look it up. August 28th we had a new moon, so I have to be more familiar.
Well, the Hunter moon was recent, and I saw it wane off the end of the cycle, so I guess it is the new moon.
Well, this morning I saw the moon. It was Pisa moon.
Right. So the underlying pink elephant is when the moon goes new, which means there is no moon shining. That means that there should be a spot in the sky that's a moon that's not shining, blocking stars out. It should be blocking. Never in history has it ever been recorded once. Now what?
Right.
Like seeing stars in the major constellations disappear one at a time.
Right. There should be missing. It should go across the sky, and many stars, one after the other, should be disappearing. Never one time in all of history.
Not only that, the background color would probably be different from the, depending what time of night or day you see it, especially if it's early evening and it was just getting dark and you happen to spot it up there. It should be clearly obvious, a black circle in the sky.
Yeah, but here's the problem: the crescent and the new moon usually is right next to the sun. So you're only going to catch that at like dawn or dusk, and that's it. That's where the moon is located on the helio model, where we are looking at the ass of it, where it's dark, because the sun is illuminating the front of it that we can't see. So it's usually next to the sun at those phases. Full moon would be at its complete opposite end of the sun. Gives us the full
Why
moon.
though? No, I have video of the moon and the sun right next to each other, full moon. So
then the helio model is wrong.
Stop arguing with Dr. Persnarzi.
I get what them come on.
I will tell you. I'll tell you what to believe, mister.
Okay. I just spent that like, there we go. Thank you.
So yeah, we should be able to see a black circle in the sky where there's no stars exactly. A nice black void area, starless area.
I was actually checking just earlier to do a
what?
For games. Yeah. Okay. Ready?
Bashing on your fucking bam bam drums again?
Yeah.
Bam, bam.
Bam, bam, Flintstones.
Yeah, it's a little late for fucking drums.
Oh boy. Come on, really?
Maybe when I was younger.
Agave, you'll give in to me, I'm sure.
Why do you just
take up
Probably
the electric guitar?
Hey, where'd Pillbox go?
I haven't seen the Resistor Man lately too much hanging around. What's he been doing? He must be up to some evil deeds.
Yes. He's I guess he talked to some guy who quit NASA and is very distraught and seems to believe we live on a concave world. Oh, isn't that strange? Like, yeah, Stevens really... He seems to be exposing himself a little bit more with the obviousness of all these NASA guys that he talks to who happen to think it's concave only. Not flat, but concave. he had that guy he talked to a couple years ago, I guess, or whatever, for 45 minutes. The guy called him back. He's like, yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, bullshit. He would never call you back. Like, it's just nonsense.
He must be soliciting new funds.
Keep him under control. Keep him under control. LSD has come off his road.
Oh, it's Wade. Hey, Wade.
Hey, guys.
Wade.
Where's he hiding?
Yeah, I
in the
just heard
shadows?
you saying your names like, wait, it's Wade.
Is it Wade?
Hey, how's
Yeah.
it going?
Wade, man, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Wade's World.
Wade World, it's excellent. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think we've ever had so many people on a Larry Hangout panel, have we? Look at all
1, 2,
those
3,
people.
4, 5, 6, 7.
2 times.
There was 8 a second ago.
Eight.
It dropped out.
Actually,
Yeah,
no.
because the other one, Agave, is really dark over there. There we go. I see.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's
Let's
there or
sell
not.
the other 3 spots for $20 each.
Well, I'm going to open them one up because it's after midnight and I need to get to sleep.
After midnight.
Yeah,
What you
that's my
opening up?
song.
You opening up some wine? You gonna have a glass
Yeah.
of wine? Is that what you said?
No, no.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah,
You heard me
this
wrong.
midnight thing is not your discipline, it's your excuse. Come on.
My
dude.
what? Oh, yeah, I pretend to go to sleep and then I sit here and listen.
Or you're just like, oh, boy, guys, I'd love to stay, but it's midnight. You know?
It's midnight. You actually got a party to go to or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, right now you're not even being disgusting, so I don't really have an excuse. Other
Well,
than I really
we've
do go
learned
to
to
bed.
wait till after midnight.
Yeah, that's true. I know. I've listened to some of these after the next day. Oh man! As soon as I turn my back.
Is Pillbox invisible or something?
No,
Because-
he said he'd be right back. I think he dropped off for a minute.
Well, anyway, night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Later.
Don't have too good a night.
Have a good sleep, Paula.
Hey,
All right, Paul. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
no problem.
Enjoy your glass of wine.
Stay away from the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. See ya.
See you. Okay, now we can party. No.
So,
I think tonight I'm going to catch up on the end signs videos and see what kind of natural disasters have been taking place that we haven't heard about in the mainstream media. Because they always have some good stuff that nobody shows us. It's amazing how many crazy raging typhoon, hurricanes, floods, landslide, this and that, and the next thing that's happened in the last just few months, and
Yeah,
not
I
one
know.
stitch of it has been on the news. Not one stitch of it.
How do you know you're watching news?
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Well, you can follow up on a lot of the stories with just people that blog from those countries, and that to me, when people have personal blogs, like, oh, my brother is in such a place, there's a mudslides or whatever. Not like they're asking for money or anything, just looking for him, he's missing, or there's just stuff. It's not. It's obviously over there. It's just a natural occurrence to them sometimes, I guess. It happens more often, but now it's not just more often. It's almost like it's dedicated at them.
Oh, it's like
What's that noise?
So, welcome to the All Star Cast. This is After Hours. Something.
We're bringing out the baseball bats. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
all right then.
Either, I don't know if I should put it out there, but it's kind of strange. Page, Pillbox is Brian, and Brian is Pillbox.
What?
It was on the watch page. Live, it's live, and it's Pillbox. Well, red, October. But in here, it's Brian.
Google leg.
It's live. Watch page. I'm looking at it right now. Live. Live.
Google leg.
What?
Google egg.
Did Larry click on anybody's icon? Because sometimes I think when the host clicks on somebody's icon, it just keeps them on the screen for some reason. Like, there is some glitch, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just wondering if that might be it.
Because
No, I
as far
didn't.
as the watch page,
What the
open up
fuck
a
is
different
going
browser,
on
see if
here?
that changes anything. I'll open it up in Firefox.
Okay. Am I insane?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarifying. Just wanted to clarify.
Well, in this day and age, I'd rather be labeled insane than sane, because the same is looking pretty insane to me.
No.
Yeah.
In the Firefox, it's Brian.
Oh.
But in the Safari one, live, it's...
What the hell? Okay, look at this.
Oh,
I just
that's
did a. I was gonna put up the YouTube page to have a look there. So I type in flat Earth so I can. Usually I just filter out flat Earth and then filter it to live. Fuck the filter button. The live is missing.
No, it's in between. It's the live, but
Right back.
where it says 3D live something. It's just the live. It'll just highlight. I know I had the same thing before. Like, what the fuck is that?
Is it 3D live
just go over
purchase
it-
now? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but if you just go like over the live part, you'll see it. Just those letters will light up.
Oh,
It's
look
fucked
at
up.
that.
It's
They,
stupid.
oh, it's just yeah, it's like a script error or something. Okay,
Yeah, it's
I see.
stupid. Like most people won't even know. It's like, oh, that's not what I want. You know, I don't want no 3D live, whatever. You know, they're idiots, man. They just love fucking with people.
That's what they do.
You know, there's been something going on because I couldn't get on the Hangouts earlier. I turned it on for some reason to listen to somebody while I was tinkering and wouldn't even fire up. So
Yeah, they've been acting weird all day.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh, Pillbox is in the chat. Like a freak. Damn, mosquitoes are still around.
Yeah, they're still here. Most no, yeah.
Well, hit the bells. Nice.
Yeah, I heard bells. Oh, and I also hear
The
crickets.
fairy godmother showed up.
Yep.
She's a cricket. Your fairy godmother's a cricket?
Ask for some wishes.
What? No, she's
Yeah,
busy.
This just got really silly just real fast. You know?
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about this fucking nonsense about the spelling errors on the Gleason's map?
Nope, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, there's a couple spelling errors on it. It's hard to decide whether the idiots were just idiots way back when, or whether, I mean, I'd like to track this down now and see how old of a Gleason's map we can come up with and see what it says on it. Or if it's just because they're forgeries and people have been making eBay forgeries and stuff, that the typos
that
are
the
there.
one
I
that's
don't
out
know.
of
I'm just
Boston?
trying to decide.
Which one comes out of Boston?
Whatever, the one on the Brian's map on his icon there, that's that one we're talking about. There's
got devil
two
horns.
typos on it that are pretty.
Boston, I can just go to the Boston Library and check it out. No? I'm sure it's there.
I missed half of that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I could just, next time I'm in Boston, I can just go to the Boston Library and check the original Gleason's map that's there. Take pictures of it.
And
Yeah,
when's
okay,
this
so
gonna be?
you want to check out Cesar's last video because he's attacked it, and he's going all over on the fucking typo spelling errors, but I don't know, it's hard to call that one because they look like, I mean, Chinese fucking spelling errors, something that a translator would do wrong if they were typing it in, you know, printing it in China. Or a real dumbass fucking wrote it.
I was supposed to go to Boston the 29th, but I got canceled.
One of them is the word corresponding. It's got an I instead of an E. Corresponding as opposed to corresponding. So the other one is it's slipping my memory now. I have to go watch it. Anyway, there's a couple obvious errors on it. The question is were they there when that map was made? Never mind a copy that was made and printed in 2015, you know. If the one from 1901 shows the same thing, I'll be content enough.
I think they like how I play the drums. That's why. Yeah.
Is April there? Whack him, Larry. Whack him.
Yeah, play Wacko Larry.
What? Really? Come on, guys.
April, let's hit him with the cowbell.
Hit him with a hammer. Say it's hammer time.
Okay.
Bonk, not the money.
Yo, guys, I'm out there.
Good timing. Save yourself a headache.
You're off there, Luke.
Huh?
Did you say you're leaving now?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Okay, if it gets too cold, I'm gonna come and see you.
Yeah.
If I show up, I'm the white boy on the beach yelling Luke. Okay, that's me.
Luke, are you my father?
I'm gonna ask every black person I see. Excuse me, do you know Luke?
My father?
They're gonna go yes.
They'll be like, no, I don't know who.
I say he knows all about the flat Earth. I traveled far many miles to talk to him about the flat Earth.
Yep.
Later, guys. I out.
Steve,
Okay, take it easy.
Good night.
Peace.
Good seeing you. Have yourself
See
a
you
good
soon.
night, Luke.
Oh, he's already there.
And Duke.
We might all leave if Larry keeps hitting on those drums.
Okay, here we go.
Uh-oh. He's like, okay, here we go. I'm going to make everybody leave right now.
Yeah, Larry's gonna be playing the drums alone soon. You know,
Larry,
I'm gonna
that
take
looks
up
like
the
a-
accordion.
Larry, that looks
and
like a funny
just
place
to
for
just
a
to piss you
dumpster
off.
holder.
Just you wait. It's gonna be polka night tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the pawn shop and get a
Polka night.
That's polka right there.
No,
Make the
I'm gonna
strangling
poke
cat
your
sound.
eyes. I'm gonna poke your eyes. Poke your eyes.
Polka your ear.
Oh, please, poke my ear.
Poke my eardrums out, please. And meanwhile, has anybody heard anything about the Mars fucking lander bullshit? The thing supposedly lost contact with, or whatever? Did they just send everybody home and give up, or what happened to that?
I don't know. Did you hear about the supposedly Voyager or whatever, the one leaving the solar system or whatever, got hacked by aliens or something?
I better go look into that. I think I have to go catch up on some stuff tonight. That's what I'm going to do right now. Yeah.
Yeah, because I posted it in
Voyager,
on Facebook or whatever, right? Yeah, supposedly there's only one explanation on getting weird signals back or whatever, and that's aliens hacked it or whatever. And like, oh, here we go, guys. It's wrapping up.
Okay, I'm going to go look into that a little bit. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
All
Take
right,
it
see
easy.
you, Gav.
You too.
Shut down tonight. Thanks everybody for joining. Had a great time. I'm not sure where.
Are you going to another hangout?
Oh, it might be. I mean, you guys don't like the way
I didn't say shit. I say shit all the time.
Did you guys notice in the last debate? Did you guys watch it? With Trump and Hillary, or whatever.
No.
Well, she was like, she kept leading towards Russia is behind all their problems and stuff like that, right? But she was bringing it out like it was like she's going out of her way to bring it up, and it wasn't like they're leading up to it or anything. She just randomly throw out Russia, like. But it seemed like maybe she was